Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Hearing, you can call me the demigod in the world of sports, or better still, call me your chauffeur, because I'll be the man behind this console to drive you from now as we go ahead on this amazing run. Remember, it's the marathon edition of the show, so we start off from 1 p.m. We'll just take that flight up until 4 p.m., where we switch things from talking about football from the global scene and then talk football from the Nigerian and African scene. So a lot already on the plate right now for you to Savo for you to take in at this point. And I've got a full house right here with me in the studio. I'll be unveiling each and every one of them. But first off, let me let you know that you go out there and pick up everything that you will need for the next 5 hours, as we'll be with you from now up until 6 p.m. And from 6 p.m. we'll have the news updates come your way. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here comes the guys who will be doing this with me. There is Sumto Isaac. He's right here. We've got Victor Israel. We've got Chikasen, as well as Blessing Thompson, the lady in the house, looking beautiful this afternoon as well. Sumto, let me start with you. A very good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, Sas. You want to take who to ecstasy? I presume like you had a very, very good preparation for the show
Yes,
from
like
yesterday, right?
yes.
I see. I see.
Mm.
I see why you left me and. Uh, I
Now
thought you
you,
were going to watch the Norway and France
now
game.
you know where you they
You know,
go.
good afternoon to you, sir. Good afternoon to everybody listening to us. Good afternoon to the guys in the house. A lovely weekend of not just football but World Cup football, and also it's also heating up in the transfer window. Those are the two basic things that gets the world of football going these days. The GOAT also plays today in the US, but then in the early hours of this morning.
All right.
Nobody should ask me which goat.
I
But the
wanted to
goats,
ask you, but
please.
I didn't want to. I didn't want to
The
go
goats,
that way.
please. If you know, you know.
All right.
The goats,
Okay.
please.
Okay.
That's all I can say.
That's all you can say.
Because last week it was a frenzy. So the goats, please.
All right.
Yes.
All right. So the GOAT plays at this point. Pepper soup on the way, definitely. And there is also Victor Israel right here with us in the studio. Victor, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, sirs. And good afternoon to everyone here in the studio and also to those listening to us. And just as Somto said, the goat plays today, it depends on the particular goat you're looking at. You know, there are goats and there are ewu also. All goats are goats.
Okay.
And it has been a very good ride when you talk about the World Cup. Lots of things happening. And I think some clubs will be duped. Some clubs will be scammed during this World Cup. We'll see the Amrabat of this particular World Cup, because the last time we saw Amrabat take the World Cup by surprise and Man United were scammed, and we all know how the story ended. And this season also we are going to see it if it has not started already, because a certain club has paid 130 million for a midfielder. And at this point now, we won't be hearing Alexander Isak being the most expensive British signing.
Right.
And also...
No, don't start. He is still the most expensive. Yeah.
The last
you
time, the last time I checked, he cost about 125 million. And
Elliot Anderson is costing 160 million pounds.
It's 130 with add-ons.
116 first basic fee. If the add-ons, if it doesn't happen in this life, it will not happen until we go to heaven.
It will happen.
So it definitely. Now you put the clause for
definitely. No, I remember.
No,
I remember.
I will check. In fact,
I remember sounding it here that Florian Wirtz cost 100 million with 16 million in add-ons, but we all said it was 116 million. So at this point, it is 160 million for Elliot Anderson. So at this point now, I feel the focus is on Elliot Anderson. Let's allow the men from the red part of Merseyside to breathe.
All right.
So let's look at what is happening, because I also saw something where they said Sandro Tonali might also be joining the Citizens for 100 million also. So something is happening there. Before we said it was Pep Guardiola that was chunking out these big transfers. There is no longer, there's no more Pep Guardiola there in the Citizens. Enzo Maresca is also doing his own. So let's just sit tight.
All right.
Let's not just enjoy the show, but also enjoy the transfer.
All right. Sit tight. Enjoy the show. Enjoy the transfers for the Citizens.
No best. I want Victor to read something with his mouth here. Victor, read this particular statement. Due
to cost 116 million fee, no add-ons.
Exactly. So no add-ons. 116 million. Let us not shift the goalpost.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're hearing it live and direct. These are all the things that we're going to be talking about today. You can hear the Citizens already being very active. Yes, active in the market as it stands right now with the big money signings right there. I hope that they don't do a Jack Grealish at this point. Yes, you use the biggest of monies that you have, and he will take about 3 years to show up for you right there. So it's a good one there for Manchester City, not being the noisy neighbors already. They are the rich and mighty neighbors as well. Let's see what Manchester United can do to also live up to the expectations. And we have Chikasin right here with us in the studio also. Chikasin, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Good afternoon, Osas. Good afternoon to the guys in the studio. And then to recall back to what Santo said, the goats are played. I'm going to ask that question. How many goats do we have? We have only one.
He actually said the goats. So it depends on who you see as the goat.
But we all know who the ghost is now.
I don't know. I don't know. You have your goat, I have my goat.
Okay, you have your man, not your own goat. Okay, all right. Oh, good afternoon, listeners. Thank you for joining us on this show. Thank you very much.
All right. And the lady in the house, I saved the best for last, not because she's a lady, but because she's that beautiful. And that's Blessing Thompson. Blessing, a very, very good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show. Blessing. Okay, you just speak. I think your microphone is actually off, and here it comes. So, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to yourselves. Good afternoon to the guys in the studio. Good afternoon to Port Harcourt and our wonderful listeners. It's great to be here again. Like the guy said, the transfer market is heating up. We are seeing different clubs going to the negotiation table to get the players that they want, and we're also seeing the World Cup. African teams, they are doing Africa proud, and I know it is not what I'm supposed to say, but I still feel bad anytime I watch the World Cup and I realize that these Bibles of Nigeria, they are nowhere to be found. It still feels very painful.
Abuja landlord has won them.
One day. The next time you like them, no land.
The Super Eagles can be found somewhere. You didn't check properly. You check in the view center, you see them.
It feels painful, sometimes that's justice. But yes, the World Cup is hitting up. We're seeing some fixtures for the round of 32, and it's time to separate the boys from the men. The small boys.
They are men.
They have washed their hands well and they're meant to be team others.
Oh,
that's it.
right. I like that. I like that.
You know, Blessing likes men.
I like that.
They said the boys.
Yes, they've washed their hands very well, but they should not try to home it because during the old days, you home it without the air telling you to hold it, you will collect.
They're going to the Argentina.
So, Osas, if a very led Yoruba team is now classified as a boy.
Right now.
It's quite clear. It's quite clear.
Football can be cruel.
It could be very, very.
Because Marcelo Bielsa's team,
I saw his post-match interview
before South Africa.
Yes. I saw his post-match interview, and Oga come the verse for who they interview him. I don't understand. I'm telling you, he wasn't happy at all. But I think for Uruguay, so much happened within that team. You could see that the chemistry within that team was very, very. The team was divided even before that final game. And that's one of the reasons why you could see a South Africa get into the round of 32 and you see a Uruguay leave before the round of 32. Because when there is unity in the team, the team comes out to pull plugs, they come out to do big things right there. So that's exactly one of the demerits of having a divided team, a team broken against itself. But let me stick with you, Israel. So far, have you been very impressed with what you are seeing in America, Mexico, and Canada?
Yes, I could say that. Yes, this is an upgrade on the last World Cup because I think. Let's not just go to the last World Cup, the Club World Cup, where we had to test run the use of United States for major tournaments. I think this is an upgrade.
Are you test running a United States that hosted the World Cup in 1994? Hosted the Olympic Games in 1996?
I think we all were saying that if these kind of measures that are being put in place in the Club World Cup we could abandon games for hours just to come back to it, then how would they host the World Cup? And I think
I think we still abandoned games.
But it's not like the Club World Cup. Yeah, it's not like the Club World Cup.
I think we had a 2-hour the game between was that France and
that was France.
Senegal?
Yeah, the first half ended and it took long.
Was that France and Senegal? France and Iraq. Yes, after the first half.
But I think it hasn't occurred like that of the Club World Cup, where it was more like a routine.
Maybe the gods have been appeased.
I think so. But for the level of football has been very fantastic. We've seen the minnows in football come out to go head to head against the big guns, and it has been a very good ride. You don't just predict the game on paper and believe it will go that way, because nobody saw Uruguay going out for the likes of Cape Verde to make it to the next round. And for the African teams, just as Blessing said, that they've made Africa proud, the Ivorians, even the South Africans, that most Africans don't want them to get to the next round. It has been a good ride, believe me, it has been a good ride. And it is an avenue for teams to come and look at players that maybe couldn't get game time in their club sides, but maybe could sell themselves. Yeah.
But if you are one of the director of sports or sporting directors in any of the teams, would you want to sign based on performances you get from the FIFA World Cup? Do not forget that it used to be a 7-game tournament. Right now, I don't know. I think it should be an 8 or call that 9-game tournament. And it's a tournament where golds just glitter, even without polishing them. Would you want to make signings based on that?
Before we started, I told you that we don't want to make mistakes like that of Sofiane Amrabat, where we saw the man become one of the best defensive midfielders in the World Cup, but went on not to live up to expectations. But it is also an avenue to get good players, because we don't cover all the leagues. Our focus is mainly on the top 5 leagues, and there are some players plying their trade in the lower division that, if given the big platform to perform, they can actually come to the fray and do something better. So this, if I am a sporting director, I could maybe give some players opportunities based on what I've seen in the World Cup.
All right.
Because I believe if the same measures that were put in place for them to be given that opportunity, if I can do the same, not just take them from grass to a higher ceiling where they feel pressured already. I think for that of Elliot Anderson leaving Nottingham Forest to Manchester City, the pressure might not be that much, irrespective of the price tag, because he has already done it in the Premier League. It's not like taking a player from the Dutch league and bringing him to the Premier League with a high transfer fee. So I feel this is an avenue to get new players. We've seen lots of players. I think the other day, watching the French midfield, I saw a certain Manukone covering ground there in the midfield, and most clubs will be looking at him because the man played for AS Roma, and believe me, he wasn't well sought after in the transfer market. But after this World Cup, if he goes the way he is going, then he might be getting a big money move, because lots of clubs are looking for midfielders here and there. So why not? Let's just scout the World Cup. We could pick lots of talents from it.
All right, us now. Make sure that your sporting director is watching the World Cup for midfielders, because I think we're going to have a handful of midfielders right there at Emirates coming into, I think, maybe Sumto. The new season is going to be a midfield battle. I think Arsenal won the league from the defense the season that was just completed. Maybe this time the league will be won from the midfield.
It's quite interesting to see what's going on, especially when you factor in that Newcastle, first of all, don't want to lose both midfielders. You know, they don't want to lose Tonali and they don't want to lose Guimaraes. Now, for Tonali, I think as of yesterday, I saw that they rejected a bid from Tottenham. I think that was totaling up to £80 million, thereabout. And it's very interesting. Now, I see a lot of outrage about the transfer market. And I'm wondering why. Because when you look at what teams are getting, it's normal basic math, where once what you're getting, or once what everybody is getting is increasing, what you would use to purchase those things would also increase. It's just like, for instance, eggs have a very good value to you, and the more you get it, the more you purchase, and there's an abundance of it. And now, apart from the abundance, the value that the eggs provide to you is something that a lot of other people want to get. The value will increase. Now, what I mean is that if you look from when Shevchenko was signed to Chelsea for around £30 million, that time when it seemed like it was big money. If you look at what teams were really earning in the league, it wasn't up to what they earn now. Now, forward to when Manchester United then broke the world record to sign Paul Pogba. Manchester United were earning over £500 million in revenue and generation of funds. They signed Paul Pogba for £89 million. Now, forward now to when a lot of these players are going for big money in and around the area. In fact, the biggest clubs in the world, Real Madrid and Barcelona, they are close to earning up to £1 billion. Billion, not million anymore. They're close to start earning. They've not gotten to that price. But once it reaches that figure, you can now understand that. I said something about what teams in the league earn in terms of prize money. A certain Bournemouth that can finish sixth are earning up to 160 something million pounds. 4 seasons back, when Burnley finished in the lower ranks of the table, they were earning above what some other teams can earn across other leagues in the world. So there is the flow of money. Now, I don't go see you, they get some kind flow of money for where you day. And then when you reach to come and buy, maybe I sell sneakers, and you want to come and start pricing me 30 naira market. No, me, I'll look at you and be like, now all of us, they get this money together now. So that automatically takes my price of my sneakers up. Now, for what these teams are earning in the league, in the Premier League, in fact, across the world of football, you see the kind of money teams earn from the Club World Cup. Once you are in a privileged position to actually get funds like this, you would get it.
All
So,
right.
to me, it is not overpriced. Transfer window is not overpriced.
Okay.
If you can actually get some good deals over the line, you yourself should go and get good deals over the line. Bayern signed Olise for how much? They signed Luis Diaz for how much? Other teams are getting good price deals out there.
Okay.
So if you can get a good price deal, you can actually make it work. But if you now decide and say, no, you know what, Manchester City know what they want.
Okay.
And they've wanted Elliot Anderson for a long time.
Yeah.
Why? Because they have had this shortage of midfielders in the league. Bernardo Silva, who seems like to be an engine room for them. First of all, age decline. Secondly, his contract is up. So he's leaving the club. Rodri's age is no longer on the right side.
Okay.
Who is that midfielder in the league that represents good value for money, age on his side, and also the fit into that profile of a midfielder you're looking for? There are not a lot of them in the league. So Elliot Anderson is a player that ticks the box.
Adam
Age is-
Watson.
Adam Watson now seems to be that player that energy part that you are forgetting that Manchester City wanted Declan Rice.
Yeah.
Some windows ago, and
Yeah.
they were ready to go at a bidding war with Arsenal, but the player said he wants to go to Arsenal above Manchester City. So they were still searching for that profile
All right.
of midfielder in the league, and now Elliot Anderson seemed to be that player who came up a notch this season
All right.
and improved massively. So if you look at the profile that City wants, Watson fits into a much more deep line playmaker type of role. He's not a boss, but he cannot come and start competing with Rodri.
Okay.
Elliot Anderson is that profile that he wants. So he fits every other thing. Yes, the other profile is Bruno G. So he fits that other type of profile. But then I think City have also weighed age, longevity,
All right.
amongst all, the deal that they're signing him to also has an option of a further year. So this guy assures you age, assures you longevity. He's already an England international. He seems ready to step into the big phase. He seems to be that profile that they want. And they wanted it all out. Now, they tried to negotiate with Nottingham Forest.
Right.
But Nottingham Forest were not budging on that price tag that they wanted. In fact, I think they even came down like minus 4 million because they were saying if Declan Rice could go for at least 100 million, 5 million add-ons, if you could go for that amount, I mean, Anderson could also go for a similar fee. Now, in a transfer window where seasons back, Moises Caicedo could go for a similar range. Enzo Fernandez could go for a similar range. I mean, the person who started all this problem first of all was Manchester United. They broke the world record for a midfielder. That was Paul Pogba. You did not break the world record for an attacker.
Right.
You broke it for a midfielder. So the midfield market, obviously, when you see what you want, and you know that there are not a lot of profiles out there similar to what you want to get,
Right.
you have to go in and you have to cash in on anybody you want. Because this same Anderson we're talking about, a lot of teams were snooping in around for him. Now, to the others, Matheus Fernandes, like we were talking about midfielders. Matheus Fernandes is another player hot on the tails of Manchester United,
Yeah.
hot on the tails of even the likes of Arsenal, just at watch. But it seems like Manchester United will be the team
At the forefront.
because of his agent,
Yeah.
Jorge Mendes.
Okay.
Now he's the agent of Cristiano Ronaldo. At least he has some good relationships with Manchester United. So now, from what I've seen from reports and sources, was regarding Matheus Fernandes, because when the Arsenal report of Bruno Guimaraes came out, a lot of people were like, "Why? What is the essence of this?" But then there are a good amount of midfielders that Arsenal are looking at. Buadi for Morocco.
Yeah.
There's also Kone on that list. There's also, what's his name? This guy in question that I'm talking about now.
Adam Watson?
No. The guy I'm talking about now. Why does this keep my mind? Just now, I'm just talking about this player.
Okay, Fernandez, Matheus Fernandez.
Matheus Fernandez. So the feel for Matheus Fernandez is that there would be a bidding war,
all right,
where anybody that wants to pick him up should come and start from the bidding war. That bidding war starts from £85 million. That is crazy money for Matheus Fernandez that his team just got relegated. I mean, your team just got relegated. Your fee should be a little bit substantial. Teams capitalize on when teams lose players due to relegation. So, but now there is a bidding war in this guy for around £85 million for a team that is relegated. So, to
and
show
probably
you
a man who just had a breakout season.
And me, say, even in the breakout season, I'm still very watchful of what kind of breakout season did Fernandez really have that is making everybody head over heels for
the
him.
The overbloated nature of the English Premier League's transfer a system right now.
That is something that is already blowing a lot of minds, because a lot of people think that, yes, I can agree and say these fees are high, but then it's not something that has started today.
Right.
As what these clubs are getting goes up a notch. In fact, when I was saying something about that Shevchenko season, I wanted to bring something out. In 2005, what Madrid were earning as the top team in the world is, Victor, help me see this thing, help me read them like this, £186 million. That's what they were getting as at then in 2005. Now you forward to more seasons above that. That was the Madrid were the richest club in the world. Now in that time, the revenue growth amongst big four clubs on an average started increasing, and it got to £178 million. Now the average revenue for rest of the clubs in the Premier League in 2006, 2007 now got up to £50 million.
Right.
So these clubs are making money. Don't let them whine you and you now feel like they are not making money. These clubs are making money.
You know how much some of them make from sale of merchandise and jerseys and...
See, in the 2023-2024 season, Wolverhampton Wanderers, who were in the lower ends, made up to £172 million. Now it is on how you decide, say you want channel whatever you're making. It suits your benefits, because for a team like Wolves, for starters,
okay,
how much do they sign players? How much do they pay players? How much do they pay their coaches? How much is the owner now saying, okay, should come? Because we're forgetting something, that you feel like, oh, they are signing too much. The owners are making profit though. They're making crazy profit. Don't think that they're not making any profit at all. So even in 2024, 2025, now, like I told you, these figures are what I will read out that teams are making. Real Madrid, £975 million.
Okay.
Barcelona, £819 million. Bayern, £723 million. Paris Saint-Germain, £703 million. Liverpool, £702 million. Manchester City, £697 million. Arsenal, £690 million. This is what these teams are making. And in what is to come, in years to come, it is still projected to go higher than this.
Right.
It will go higher, because I mean there's a lot of spiked interest from we are seeing the FIFA World Cup. There's hydration breaks.
Yeah.
I mean, do we think it's coins that sponsors are coming to use to pay money that they should be on?
That's one of the reasons why the hydration breaks even had to come in.
It's major money.
Yeah,
there's
major
a
money.
whole rebrand in how football is looking. That's why you can now see that leagues like Saudi Arabia can come up. Leagues like countries like Saudi Arabia are confident to go into a World Cup bidding war. Countries like Qatar are confident to go into a World Cup bidding war, because there is money in football. So if you think that these clubs should just be chopping, and then the players that they are using to actually bring this game to a bigger spectacle will not even get a good share of it, you think that these clubs they know they are making money. So that's why they can tell Manchester City is £160 million or nothing, and we are not doing a deal. Now, even down to the players that are making money. In 2016, 2017, a player like David Silva and Sergio Aguero were earning £160,000.
Yeah.
Forward to now, 2025, 2026.
Who just got signed and he got straight into 300,000.
It is Elliot Anderson I'm talking about.
300,000 pounds a week.
If a player like Sergio Aguero,
Asadeno, that did it in Atletico Madrid, That was where he made his name.
He made his name.
Came to
as
City.
even a top striker in Manchester in the Premier League in 2016-2017. Harry Kane still they chop for me mama plate that time. He was coming up, but not as hot as Sergio Aguero in the league that time. He was earning 160,000. Now let me tell you some of the players that are in this particular wage category right now. Nathan Ake,
Okay.
Boubacar Kamara, Benjamin Sesko, Pedro Neto, and the Robertson that also start using walking stick. All of these players are in the same wage bracket as what was in that period. So don't let anybody whine you. Don't feel like this thing is overbloated. If you can get good deals out there, good and fine. Get good deals out. Like I mentioned about Michael Olise going for a very good amount of money. I mentioned about Luis Diaz going for a very good amount of money, and he's worth more than that price right now. You can see that some teams are able to get good deals over the line. Some people feel like that amount should be channeled towards getting world-class midfielders.
Right.
I will bust your bubble and tell you, João Neves went to Paris Saint-Germain for over 120 million euros.
Okay.
And João Neves now is a two-time Champions League winner. So if a team is serious and wants to invest, they would invest right, invest with the seriousness that they want, because people are signing, people are pulling clear above you. So it's whatever structure that you feel that works for you.
Okay.
If investing high and investing right works for you, which has worked for Manchester
Do
City
it.
over the years, do it. If investing wisely, like the likes of Bayern do, the likes of Atletico Madrid do, if it works for you, do it.
If growing from your academy works for you, like Borussia Dortmund,
do
it.
If you also work,
La Masia also does
it
the
works
same.
for you, do it. So whatever works for you, do it. But if you feel like these clubs are not making money and you think they are doing themselves harm by saying, "Oh, this person is going for this amount," don't whine yourself. There's money in football.
All right, there is a huge money right there in football, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls out there. I believe you would feel that the show is already on the road, but that's what happens right here on today's Sports Live. The analysis, top notch, to the level where it could run for minutes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me let you know that you could be part of the conversation at any point in time. Remember, the SMS and the WhatsApp portal is open. It got open right from the beginning of the show, so you could drop in your thoughts and we'll be taking it as we go on the show. For the numbers, it is 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. For the phone line, you can take it down. Yes, for the phone line, it is 0810-951-0951. 0810-951-0951. Remember, you can also connect with us via our social media handles on YouTube. We're live right now at Today951FM, at Today951FM. For our Facebook page is at Today95.1FM. Yes, at Today95.1FM. On Instagram, you can find us at TodayFM951. It's the same for X at Today FM 951. On Twitch, we are at Today FM 951. Do remember that you can also listen to us via our website, which is www.todayfmlive.com. So click the listen live button. You can find it on the homepage or from the menu list. Then you could also connect with us via the radio apps. TuneIn is one, and the other is Radio Garden app. So go there, search for Today 95.1 FM, and you connect with us as we go on. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a lot to talk about. We just talked about transfers, but we're not starting with transfers. Obviously, it has to be the FIFA 2026 World Cup. to talk about the FIFA World Cup. Uh,
The Viking chant.
the Viking chant. Someone said they should have used that game to show that they would go straight to Vlahal. So yes, okay. So but they did not. They were beaten by France by 1-4 in that particular encounter. And earlier on today we had Uruguay lose to Spain by 1-0, and that guaranteed that they were knocked out of the FIFA 2026 World Cup. Two-time champions knocked out there. Then Capo Verde played a goalless draw with Saudi Arabia in that particular encounter. That was by 1 p.m. and we had the games by 4. That was 1 a.m. I beg your pardon. Then we had the games by 4 a.m. where New Zealand lost to Belgium by 1-5, and Egypt miraculously survived to play a 1-1 draw with Iran. And number one, for the Egyptians, guys, you could see clearly that Egypt lost the chance to top the table. Yes, they were on course to top the table in that particular group there, that's Group G, but they now lost it, relinquished that position to Belgium, and that will make their round of 16, 32 tie very difficult for the Egyptians as it stands right now. And there was a controversy. We'll talk about that controversy in that particular game because the Iranians would have had a goal late on to have guaranteed them winning that game. And if Iran had won that game, Iran would also be guaranteed a chance of going to the round of 32. We'll talk about all of this, but let's start with the biggest of them all. And the biggest of them all is that 6 African teams have already secured their place in the FIFA World Cup round of 32, setting a new record for the continent. And a beautiful record again that was set by one of these teams, as I've always been saying, is Capo Verde. And this was how it looked at that period, the end of that game.
Vai terminar o jogo! Acabou! Cabo Verde transforma o sonho da ilha em verdadeira festa! Povo que carrega o amor pro seu país, povo que sabe que disputar uma Copa do Mundo é para poucos, mas vê a sua seleção entrar pra história. Pela primeira vez disputa a Copa, pela primeira vez consegue a classificação. O sonho que parecia tão distante se transforma em realidade.
All right, it's a big one there for the small island of Cape Verde, as we've got blessing Thompson right here. She would interpret everything that the commentator said right there. Blessing, over to you. Give us. I know you speak Portuguese. Yes. You can give us the interpretation right now.
I can't give you the interpretation, but
Are you serious? Are you trying to hide your skills?
I can't, but I'm sure it was a happy one for them. It was a really happy one. Most people would be surprised. I think I'm part of the surprised people to see Cape Verde go on to the round of 32. This is their first time coming to the World Cup, and they have shown resilience. And well, they're going to be meeting Argentina.
No one will be as happy as Vozinha at this point.
Yes.
Because he could seal another big move deal in Europe, any of the European clubs.
Yeah,
40-year-old goalkeeper.
Well, I don't know who would want to sign a 40-year-old goalkeeper.
Be playing.
It is a very risky move, let's say that. But yes, for Cape Verde, it is a good one. Their coach Bobista, he has been over the moon since yesterday, and he has been happy for his boys. They are going to be flying the African flag again into the round of 32. They are going to be going forward and meeting Argentina. It might be the end of the road for them, but they have gone this far. This is their first time, and they have gone on to the next round. We have other African teams that this is not their first time in the World Cup, but they had never gone for a country like Cote d'Ivoire, a country like Egypt. They had always been ending at the group stage. But this time around, they moved on. But for Cape Verde, this was their first time, and immediately they just moved on to the round of 32. It is a very happy one and exciting one for them. And seriously, they increase the tally of African teams that are going forward, so it's also a good one for Africa.
All right, the tally is already expanding. Talking about the African teams going forward, already we have Egypt, we have Cape Verde, we have Cote d'Ivoire, we've got Morocco, we've got South Africa, we've got Senegal trying to see if they can sneak in, but it looks pretty good right now for Senegal. Algeria is also there. Democratic Republic of Congo is also there. It's only Tunisia that is guaranteed knocked out right now, but there could be a chance that we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 African teams going. Don't forget, Ghana is also part of that one. I forgot to call them, but yeah, we always struggle for Jollof. But at this point, they are representing both of us right there. We're brothers, definitely. So the Ghanaians are already in the round of 32. Somto, yesterday, Iraq, Senegal. Senegal went on a scoring spree. I hadn't seen Senegal play like this right from the beginning of this tournament. We saw a different Senegalese side. Thanks to the fact that Papitao was able to look inwards and take out those old legs, because the complaints have been there. So many old legs in that team that needed to rest to let the younger ones come in. But this time he had to listen to his inner thoughts and was able to do that. And we are seeing the result right now. Are you kind of surprised, or would you be surprised if Senegal makes it through to the round of 32 and even change the narratives and even go further? Because we expected a lot from Senegal in this particular FIFA World Cup, but the very first two games, I think against France and who's the next? Norway, yes, did not actually show us that these are the guys that unceremoniously won the African Cup of Nations, yes, and could use the World Cup to prove or clear the doubts that they actually deserved winning that African Cup of Nations. But how do you see it for Senegal going forward? Iraq, not pretty much a side to stand against Senegal. Do you think it's just a figment of Iraq being a weaker side to Senegal, or do you think that this Senegalese team is back for business?
Yeah, Iraq were a weaker side. And because if I look at the FIFA rankings, first of all, Iraq are no match for Senegal. Iraq are 57th in the world. And you look at the Senegalese team, they're way up there. So you see how they fared in the first half. Look, and I'm even catching some of the highlights of the game right here now, because that red card to Iraq, you could say, sort of destabilized everything that happened in the second half, and you could blame it partly on that. So Senegal finally coming up trumps. You could expect that in the first game against France, the attacking power and the prowess of France might be too much for them to handle. and they lost that game by 3-1, and it probably also, a lot of people thought that it didn't reflect. Some other people thought it reflected the dominance of France. Senegal were way below what they could have been. Some others thought maybe they gave up a good fight, but for me, I wasn't impressed with how they put up the showing against France. I also wasn't impressed with how they also fared against Norway, but against Iraq, especially in the second half, scoring as many as 4 goals in that particular second half really aided their cause for them. And you talked about them putting aside some of the old legs. I mean, the likes of Koulibaly hugged the bench for this one. The likes of Nicolas Jackson hugged the bench for this particular match against Iraq. He fielded the front line of Sarr, Mbaye, and of course the experience of Sadio Mane. And when you look at the midfield, Idrissa Ganage, the experienced man, was also there. Lamine Camara was also there. Habib Diarra was also there. But some of the regular guys that you think should be starting for Senegal, all of them all hugged the bench. The likes of Malik Diouf, Pape Matar, Jackson, Kalidou Koulibaly, most of these guys were all placed on the bench for this particular. Even Iliman Ndiaye was also on the bench. Ismail Sis was also on the bench. Papegay was also on the bench. So what I want to see of interest in this is how Senegal will probably come up in their next game if they do qualify as part of the best losing committee. Now, when I look at the best losers table, they have a good chance. And as we talked about it on Thursday. Yeah, I think that was Thursday. Or was it Friday?
Yeah, I think, okay, that was Friday.
That was
yesterday.
Friday. We talked about it and said if they're able to score goals, it will be to their advantage. And they did just that yesterday, scoring 5 goals. It has already helped their goal difference scores because now they have a +2 when it comes to the goal difference for Senegal. So it helps them because when you look at the rest, look at Algeria, by the way. Algeria and Austria have to play today. And it's the best case of scenario where they hope 2 of them can win. Because I also hear that on the other hand, they also want to lose. Because when I'm looking at the
who wants to lose? Sorry,
Algeria and Austria, there is serious pandemonium too in that group. Okay. Because you look at what is going on. That is let me get the draws now. That is Group J.
Yeah.
Now the winner of Group J, or the second place team in Group J, gets to face Spain in the round of 32.
Okay.
So Group J's second position will face Spain. Now both of them are now wondering, okay, just like a lot of people had a theory that Norway wanted to lose that game against France so that they don't get to face Sweden in the round of 32.
Okay.
That is some of it, because a lot of people were wondering why there was a second string team. Now, Norway will get to face Ivory Coast instead of Sweden. That is some people's theory. My theory is the man is trying to spread, let everybody play in the World Cup.
And maybe keep the other strong legs
fit.
fresh for the round of 32.
Now, if they do get past, if their wish was to play Ivory Coast instead of Sweden, it is happening a lot. My God, that was a great goal from Senegal, that third goal. If they do get to face like that, I mean, you could see a similar thing happening between Austria and Algeria. But the other part is that 2 of them face each other. And why am I talking about Austria and Algeria? Is because in the third place standings, I can see that Algeria are just a place behind against South Korea. Now, if Algeria is the team that beats Austria today, Austria now will now be that team in the third place standings with 3 points, with a 0 goals difference. So it's also good advantage for Senegal. They might also be praying, on the other hand, let this team known as Austria be the one to lose to Algeria today. Because if Algeria loses, it is also still good business for them. Algeria will have -2. Now, I'm also looking at the top place standing, and I can see that Uruguay is somewhere down there. Scotland have -3. DR Congo, if they win today, if they win against Uzbekistan, if they win, they would also leap above. But it's also worthy to watch what happens between Portugal and Colombia.
All right.
Because if Colombia wins against Portugal, Portugal will not be that team to probably drop into the best losers category. But they have a healthy goal difference courtesy of that 5 goal win. So DR Congo have to win more than expected. But anything that happens in Group K, it is assured that at least 3 teams can actually come out, except Uzbekistan wins. It's assured that 3 teams can come out. And if Uzbekistan wins,
he had to tweak
that team.
Yes, he had to tweak it. There's one thing about African coaches. He will go back to status quo.
Woody, that's what I was saying. It will be interesting to see if he maintains this team. But
splendid in the final game. Don't forget that winning goal. And you came into this tournament, you had him on the bench for 2 games until it got to a point where austerity measures had to be put in place. You now had to bring him in, and he has delivered. I won't be surprised if he returns back to the bench.
That's the thing. Maybe you're saying African coaches and their beliefs in maintaining what they feel, like you said, status quo. But you can't. There's the golden rule in football is that you can't change a winning team.
Okay.
There's momentum. There's a lot of this. Don't forget, also on the other hand, some players came from the bench for Senegal to help them change the game.
All right.
So whatever Papetia feels works best in the knockout, if they progress. But like I was saying, right now, they have at least a good. What we just knew they needed was goals, because definitely there are teams that will finish on 3 points.
Definitely.
So if you have a good goals difference, healthy one for that matter, because some of the teams are on 4 points: Sweden, Ecuador, Bosnia, Paraguay. At least half of the teams standing there now have 4 points.
Yeah.
At least also, if Ghana loses today, they would also have 4 points.
Okay.
If Croatia gets a draw, right now Croatia are the team in the door, and that was where I was also coming to, because Croatia are also there. But basically, Senegal have a good advantage, because as long as Uruguay and Scotland are not probably in the mix anymore, then others can still fall. And the people that can fall down to the pecking order is South Korea.
Please, it has to be South Korea.
They have a negative.
It has to be South Korea.
They should for all of this nonsense that they have a negative goal difference. South Korea could fall. Croatia, if they don't win against Ghana today, because they know a win is a necessity for them.
All right.
Ghana can
the same
just
thing
go
for
there.
the Ghanaians.
Yes. So even if they get a draw, Croatia will have 4 points. So I think with the healthy goal difference, Senegal is the team with all of the teams with 3 points with the best goals difference. So for them, it's good. If anything bad as bad wants to happen today, Senegal could be one team that could escape with 3 points, because like I said, the likes of Ghana have 4 points. Even don't forget England, though, because they can. What if they lose? So let me know. In case, they have 4 points. And Croatia also there. And you also look in the group of Argentina, Austria, Algeria.
All right.
That is a very, very dicey one. Also looking Group K. So that is why you do and format and so, but Senegal, like I said, courtesy of them scoring 5 goals, they've got a very, very good chance.
All right, very good chance there for Senegal. And the other African team that played together with Uruguay and Spain, 1-1 draw with Iran there. Yeah, not a convincing one from the Egyptians, who started pretty well in this FIFA 2026 World Cup. But the talking point from that particular game is what happened towards the end of that particular encounter. Yes, that encounter between the Egyptians and the Iranians ended 1-1, but the Iranians had a chance that was towards the tail end of the second half to take the lead there. And that was called off by the video assistant referee. Call it all off. Yeah, I know you want to react to it, but before you react to it, Victor Israel, let me give you what Arsene Wenger, assistant referee decision denying Iran a dramatic victory over Egypt. And this is what he said. I'm quoting him right now. He said the biggest talking point from this match is not the football itself, but the decision to disallow Iran's late goal. At a World Cup, the margin for error must be as close to zero as possible. This is exactly why the video assistant referee exists, to ensure that decisive moments are judged correctly. From what we have seen, the offside decision raises serious questions. If there is no clear and obvious evidence that the attacker was offside, then the goal should. That decision are enormous. Iran believed they had secured qualification. Their supporters celebrated, and within seconds, that dream was taken away. These are the moments that define tournaments. When technology is available, it has to deliver the right outcome, because one decision can change the history of a nation at the World Cup. That was Arsene Wenger right there. And coming against a team like Iran that already are bereaved at this point. Iran are not happy with this World Cup at all. We are going down. We'll look at what the Iranian captain said about the entire them of a goal that would have qualified them for the round of 32. But what do you make of what Arsene Wenger has actually said? You had your eyes on that one. You saw it most likely because you wanted to react to it.
Yeah, I watched the game by 4 a.m. I couldn't believe I was still awake trying to watch.
That's what football does.
Not just football. We were all Egyptians in that game. Trying to make sure. When that goal went in, I I felt very bad for the Egyptians because I saw how they fought very well for that game, and but to an extent you could say that was a clear goal.
Okay.
Because I think it was too close, but the VAR still managed to get something, and they showed it towards the end of the game that the Iranian was I think slightly ahead of the defender.
From what I saw, the picture I saw, he was behind the. I don't know the slightly. I don't know. He was onside.
He was onside, but after the goal was chalked off, they brought out. It was more of a video. They brought out something that showed that yes, he was offside.
How do we usually see this? It's not a line that is drawn.
It wasn't a line. It was more of the, I think, the new, the animation kind of. That was what they showed. They didn't draw a line, and that was one of the anger, because if you go on social media, you could see most fans were talking about
Drawing
the fact
the line,
that yes, if you draw the line, he's onside. But what happened? And I feel that game, it was more of, if there was still time,
Iran would have
scored again, because they struck the bar immediately after the goal was chalked off.
Okay.
The Egyptians were just praying for the time to end, for the game to end. Let the time just go. Let the game end.
Wow.
Because the pressure was just on them. The ball stayed in their half till the game end, till that dying embers of the game finally came to an end. It was just, I feel these are the errors we see in this game. These are the inconsistencies in the game. Because if you use the line in most of the games, why not use the line
for this particular one?
For this particular, why not use the line? I don't want to believe that, because some fans were saying on social media that it is because it is Iran, that nobody wanted them in the competition from the onset. So we don't want to believe that that is actually what happened there.
Okay.
But if this continues for instances like this, then Iran could make a case that maybe the world is against them. Maybe the US actually had a hand in this.
I would really like Iran to make a case that the world is against them. It wouldn't really. So because I don't want to be part of those against Iran.
No, I supported the Egyptians because of, not because I am against the Iranians.
Because of Salah.
No, not because of Salah. No. I had no business with Salah in that game.
Okay.
I just supported.
I like Liverpool fans. The moment you cut ties, it's done.
No.
Alexander. Sorry.
Let's look at it. Let's look at it because of business.
Okay, because of business. Trend. Okay, because of business.
It's a two-way thing. It's either because of business or because
it's only business that can keep you awake by
to
be watching those two, should I say, confused teams playing. So, but I don't want to believe that the world is against Iran, or maybe the officials were against them, or maybe the competition is actually against them. I feel it's just an error.
All right.
It's human. Human is prone to errors. We've seen it even in the Premier League. We've seen it even in the Champions League. We've seen it in bigger leagues. So the errors do come in. We've seen games where the VAR refused to check a particular goal, and when the game ends, the PGMOL comes out to say it was an error. But I think these errors are something that should be taken care of, so that it doesn't get to cost a nation a moment, because you could see the Iranian fans so happy when that goal went in, only for it to get chalked off, and you could see the reaction on them when the game ended. It was like someone just died. So I feel these things are things that we should be taking care of, because 2026 World Cup is not a World. This is an era where these kind of small things should be taken care of. Yeah, it shouldn't be repeating. This is not 2002 World Cup. This is not the time when we used to use black and white screens. This is a time where everything has gone digital. Civilization has taken everything. So we need to be very, very careful with decisions. We need to, if possible, take your time, assess it, analyze it before you give your final verdict. You don't just come out to say yes, it's not a handball, maybe it's an offside, when we all saw it that it was an onside. Yeah. So if you are drawing the line, draw the line properly. Let's not be that this time around you chalk out the goal without even drawing a line.
All right.
Then after play had continued, you brought out the animation and said it was an offside. So for me, in as much as I wanted the Egyptians to get something from the game, that for me looks like a clear goal.
All right.
I think this World Cup is smelling rigging everywhere. From the draws, I started feeling that conspiracy.
There's a place you're going to that
inside me.
Yeah. There's somewhere you are. There's somewhere I feel you're going to.
From the draws, I'll start from the draws. From the draws, you're seeing the possibility of Canada. If they top the group, who they will face, same with Mexico. You look the teams in their groups, that of Canada, that of Mexico, and you look at some other groups. I look at the possible pairings. Now, Canada will be hosting South Africa. That's madness in football for me, when we have the stronger guys facing each other. So for me, I think from the onset, it looks like there's a cold ball when they were actually doing the whole what they call it, when they were picking teams for the group stage. It looks like it was rigged from the beginning. But a lot of people will say, April, why are you saying this? Yes, they have said it in the past that it happened in 1998. You can go out there, this is fact. That they rigged when it comes to.
But is it the rigging that knocked out two-time champion Uruguay? Is it the rigging that made 2018 finalists not to top their group?
I am coming. My point is, in some of these games, in some of these critical decisions, they want some teams to advance. They want some teams to be out of the World Cup. The World Cup is becoming too political. Before even the game started, we saw the issue of will Iran enter the United States? Will this player that has sex scandal go to Canada? Will this one happen? Will you shake this player? Will you not shake this player? I think it's becoming too political for us knowing football to be a game where you come and enjoy yourself. I think they are bringing in politics even to Champions League. You don't allow some certain nations going with their flags. You don't allow this to happen. You don't allow that to happen. I think Iran is even difficult for Iran players to move in with flags and all. So I think they are making football too political. They should take politics out of soccer. Soccer is not a game when, even though United States are having problem with Japan, it should not affect them playing football.
Okay.
If you're not ready to play the game, leave the game. The game actually unites the world. The idea about football is about uniting the world. It's about introducing new continents and new countries into competitions. Now look at what is happening to Capo Verde. Come on, everybody's knowing the country across the world, a country of less than a million population. So I think it's about uniting the world. But we need to take this off. Then that Iranian decisions, the way they camp, the way they actually scrutinize them coming into the country, the way they actually analyze some of their backroom staff and all. It's like, we don't want you in the World Cup. We want you out of the World Cup immediately. So even if there's a possibility of them qualifying, there may be that political game played behind the scene, like take this team out of the competition so we can have a clean slate. Because if they are still in the competition, we'll still have more controversy. We'll still have more issues that, the Americans are having issues with Iran, this is having an issue with this, this is having an issue with that. So I think for me, it's about politics being played behind the scene. And I think the better this crop of FIFA men, I mean, because
Giannis Infantino,
they are all recycled guys. Giannis Infantino was the former Secretary General of UEFA. These are all guys that have been recycled within the political sphere of football. If you even listen to his conversation with Donald Trump, you know he's more political and he wants the money, he wants the business, and all. They are killing football. They are killing the identity of football. I think over time we need to push these guys out, bring in new faces into football, and try as much as possible to kick out politics in football so that we'll have clean slates when they want to blow. If VR is actually making a decision, nobody will think that there may be actually tweaking behind the scenes.
Okay.
Because what I see is basically they want Iran out of the competition.
All right. Okay.
Just to add to that, and when Priya talked about the same recycled men, I remember I was watching a documentary, I think it was Spain hosting 1982 World Cup or so. And there was a lot of political brouhaha going on. And there was still a lot of wonders why it is still... The then FIFA president was Joao Havelange.
Okay.
And guess who was Havelange's... first of all, Blatter was his in-law. Secondly, Blatter was a good whisper in his ear when it came to how do we turn football into a business. Now you wonder why famous brands like Adidas came in. One other one where I feel mention Adidas because Adidas no they here. But there was another one now that I cannot mention. They have to come and pay advert. That other brand too became a very, very big sponsor for FIFA heading into World Cups. And that was when the whole thing started spiraling up. FIFA saw this is a very, very powerful tool. Now, for the political side of things, I am inclined to want to sit back and watch how it all folds. But if you think, again, like I said at the start of the show, if you think there is no money when it comes to transfer, if you think some of these inner discussions and football is not being used as a tool in some of these things, you are whining yourself, because it has not started today. It has not started 10 years ago.
All right.
It has not started 20 years ago. It has started from way back, even when Avalanche was in office, down to Blatter, down to when they tried to do
but
a
at least we
sweep.
shouldn't rub it on our faces. At this point, it seems like
No, you know,
it's quite in our faces.
in Nigeria, in the world, there are a lot of things that people you say, you know, if you do anything about them.
All right.
In their minds, they are doing how they feel it works best for them.
Okay.
So when a lot of questions still were asked when Qatar got the hosting rights for the World Cup, even when Russia got the hosting rights in 2018 for the World Cup, even down to US in 2026 for the World Cup, questions have been asked. Even after then, Saudi Arabia, questions have been asked about what is really going down for the political side and the business side of football. Now, a lot of people feel these two things are intertwined. These two things probably work hand in hand with each other. But then, you can watch the political side and also watch the business side. FIFA are allowed, they are very much allowed for them to be able to function on the business side. Like I said, Blatter was the man who opened FIFA's eyes that there can be much more commercial value coming from this game that you guys are trying to just say it was a game. Because where it all started from, it was a game of unity.
Right.
Where two countries could be having an issue and they could play a football game and it settles all. So now, it came from a point of there can be more to this. There can be more to what you guys promote as the biggest game. Because why did the World Cup come into play? The World Cup was not just that, people like playing 5-a-side and, let's change it to 11 players. No. It was about bringing nations
Together.
of the world together. Execute what you want to do on the football pitch. Bring fans together, watch the game. But then they saw that it could be more. Now you're seeing, how many names am I seeing on that lead board there? As I'm watching this Uruguay and Spain highlights, it has even changed to a different number of names. So they said that it can be more when it comes to a commercial perspective.
Monetization.
But then, right from the onset,
All right.
you see that political side, it has been there.
Always been there.
Let me even tell you that it's even rubbed off. Because a lot of people question that, why were the FBI involved in that huge case that took Blatter and a lot of people out of office?
Yeah.
It rubbed off on the international crime scene. To see that there was now a lot of questions going down, like, okay, these people, for instance, in North America, Jack Warner and Chuck Blazer were the two men. Chuck Blazer is from US. Jack Warner is from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, these two guys were running points for the North Americas in the FIFA Executive Committee. And when it came for Trinidad and Tobago, I'm trying to remember the World Cup that Trinidad and Tobago went for, and then they got that huge reward, and then it all Blazer was not exactly pleased. And then forward, when I talk about political, it even came to Africa. 2010, South Africa, and there was a lot of rumbles. Nelson Mandela was not the president then, but then they were using Mandela. Chuck Blazer's wife had to discuss, she revealed in that documentary that she had to ask her husband that this man is old. What are you people parading him up and down for when it came to? But there was also a corruption case. There was a corruption case that went to look inwards whether South Africa had bankrolled FIFA anything for them to get the hosting rights in 2010. But then Mandela was still very involved, and they were trying to get Mandela very involved in what they were trying to promote. Sepp Blatter was promising Africa more slots. He was promising Africa much more relevance, much more funding, and all that kind of thing. Africa were also on board with Sepp Blatter. Issa Hayatou was the president of CAF that time. I was also on board with Sepp Blatter, loyal to him and all that kind of thing. But then it started blowing off because the North American guys were not in good terms anymore. And then Chuck Blazer was now used as that informant to understand what is really going on in FIFA. And then when they opened the file of FIFA, it all blew off. Platini was exiled. Sepp Blatter was exiled. Jack Warner was exiled. Chuck Blazer was exiled. And Priya talked about Gianni Infantino. Now, it got so bad to a point. I'm trying to remember the general secretary's name. Is he Valke? He was from Switzerland. What huge man. Valke, right? He was even exiled too, that it had to take the Gianni Infantino. I think then it was UEFA second in command. Exactly. Infantino was then in UEFA, that everything got so bad to a point that they could not pick anybody from FIFA.
Among the FIFA cartel,
they could not pick anybody. They had to come back, and Infantino was playing his game really nice that period. It was Platini that was expected to take over from Sepp Blatter. Blatter had said, "Oh, he ran again."
Okay.
Which was also making some other people angry at him, but he was able to steal the waters. He ran again, and then it was expected that Jacquana wanted to also come in. But then it was like he wanted to hand over to Platini, but Platini was also busted too at that point in time.
Yeah, he had his own issues.
He had his own issues, and he had to take Infantino from nowhere. I can remember a FIFA Congress where I think it was when they announced US as the host, a journalist came in and they just threw money in the air in front of Blatter that we already know what is going on.
Right.
Money, politics, power all comes to play in football because football is the biggest tool.
Don't be surprised that immediately.
Sorry to cut you. It was actually 2006 World Cup where we had Trinidad and Tobago.
It will shock you to know that if the American election actually moved towards the Democrats in 2028, I think that should be their presidential election.
Okay.
I think there may be changes in some of these key international positions like that of FIFA, IMF, and some other key international organizations. And I think FIFA may be affected because we all know the ties between the current FIFA president and that of Donald Trump.
Right.
So if there is a rejig in the United States government, I think it will naturally affect.
It will trickle down to the FIFA structure.
Exactly. A lot of things will happen. You will now hear some of the backstories that happened and during the competition. They took one money that is spent for sponsorship. This person did one corruption thing, did one that. That's why Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was not made the WTO chairperson a long time ago. She would have been given that position. Donald Trump in his first term actually scrawled on it before she finally got it. Immediately left or during the time of Biden. So you understand that politics is being played in some of these international organizations. And I think that's exactly what is playing out. They want Iran out of the competition by all means because the drama is too much. Iranian players are complaining and all. And that team again that is having issues. I don't know why nobody's talking about it. I think Senegal has a very big problem back home with their own politics.
I threw light into it. I threw some light into it.
Yeah, financial issues. The coach is not on contract.
Papitao came up and said everything was settled.
It's not on contract. Who does that? You're going into a World Cup, you don't have a contract. I think it's a very big issue. They should have settled this a long time ago before going into the World Cup. These are Nations Cup winners, for crying out loud. He should even have an improved contract. He just won the Nations Cup against a host nation. That should give the country a big boost. Like, come on, let's increase the man pay. Let's look at paying the players their bonuses and all. But they're not doing this. A lot of things are happening. And because of this, if you look critically, their economy is struggling. They're having political squabble between Sonko and the president. So you understand that politics is playing everywhere. But they should try as much as possible to kick off. And not ex-players going into FIFA, I will say this, or going into Federation. They are one of the worst managers. Platini is also one of the greatest footballers that have played football. Not ex-players, good managers.
You have the more number of administrators causing problem than ex-players.
They are the worst. We have given them chances even in the NFF. They will go there, they even do worse than even the politicians. I think we just need proper administrators that have handled their private businesses. They have done well in their private businesses.
We said that for Patrice Motsepe, and he has given us he has smeared it on our face right now because the quality of the African Cup of Nations would have
the quality did not drop. I think it was still the issue of politics. That's what I would say. They are looking for money. It's the issue of politics. So I think we just need to take this off, try as much as possible to scrutinize these cartel men in quotes that have taken over football.
Infantino with Trump and US. Motsepe and Morocco.
That's what I'm talking about.
There is a very huge backstory between Motsepe and Morocco. So, in fact, even when you mentioned about that, in case there is a change in government, what they will still do is that the new government will still be able to come in and align with that. Now, alignment now. The thing is power. And like I said, the tool that football is, a lot of people think it's just football is a crazy huge tool. It's a very, very big tool that people don't understand. Like I said, the World Cup origination is from come together, let's play against each other, let's settle some of these things.
It's like the time of the gladiators. They use them to get followership, get support from the people. This is a huge thing. Like in Mexico, it may not affect the United States that much because they're not a footballing nation in quote.
Right.
But Mexico is a big deal for the Mexicans. Like the president can actually use this to campaign and say, we brought the World Cup. We had a lot of businesses coming into our country and all. So it's a very, very big space for business, for politics and all. But my major point is, it's not about you being a politician or you being an ex-player. We just need to bring people that loves the sports, that want the sports to grow.
Right.
What do I mean by this? There was a point in time I felt in Nigeria, we should have handed over the NFF to Ojuzo Kalu. Yes, he may not be the best politician in quotes when it comes to administrating a state. He may not be the best. But we saw
I
what
think
he
in
did with
2002 he was listed by then Nuhu Ribadu as the DG of the EFCC as one of the top 6 corrupt.
He still have I think he won his case some couple of months ago. But my point is, I don't want to talk about those negatives. I say main passion for the game, improving the game. I think he actually had intention of going to CAF to compete for some offices in CAF, but I don't know what that actually played out. He stopped in a point in time. But it's no mean feat for a Nigerian team to actually go down there in CAF, win it back to back.
Okay.
After that time, we have not seen any success, any huge success from any Nigerian side. That's the kind of person we can actually bring into national team football, football administration. This is a man that can actually tell you, no, bro, you are fired. We need to bring in this coach. If it means for us to bring in our personal money and pay the coach first before the government pay, we can do that. That have passion, that loves the game. Right? A lot of people that are actually in sports administration across the world, they don't love the game. They are just there to make money, and they are just there to give people that they want them to have power, for them to have the power that they want.
All right.
The Iranian players are complaining. And I always make a statement that you will not know where the shoe is pinching the other person except you wear it.
All right.
You cannot understand what somebody is probably saying except you're in that particular ship. Mehdi Taremi's interview yesterday. Okay, that's what you want to.
Yes, maybe you
Go
just
ahead,
hold
please.
on and let's take a listen to Mehdi Taremi. That's the Iranian national team captain. Because what we are seeing right now with Iran and the goal that was disallowed by the video assistant referee and all the brouhaha that has been happening with the Iranian national team, I think it's more or less like salt to injury. For Iran, it could set them back when it has to do with football. Now, we are seeing Capo Verde developing football. Now, watch out for Capo Verde in the 2027 African Cup of Nations. If you think that they would be that minnows that you can just trample over, it's going to be a sorry state for you. But for Iran, I think all of this could set Iran even back, make them hate the game of football, and that is not what football is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mehdi Taremi, the Iranian national team captain, as he spoke after their exit from the FIFA 2026 World Cup. He called this World Cup a disaster World Cup.
They always complain about these things since the beginning. It's a disaster World Cup. Disaster. Queen of charge. I mean FIFA. They have to solve every problem here, but unfortunately they couldn't solve since the beginning. Mr. Infantino came to our changing room first game and he said, it's just the beginning. It's group stage finish tomorrow, and we don't have our logistic people here. They don't have a visa. How possible we always have to travel to Tijuana? We love people of the Mexico. We love Tijuana. It's so good. They are so humble people. We love them. But as a professional players, professional competition, it's not right. Yeah? It's about our opinion, because now we have traveled again going to Tijuana again. So without recovery, without nothing, it's not fair.
All right, so that was the Iranian captain right there, Mehdi Taremi, as he spoke about the mindset of that Iranian national team. It's a huge talking point, definitely, ladies and gentlemen out there. And it's a World Cup that for the first time we're seeing 48 teams go through into the FIFA World Cup. And now we're seeing a round of 32. It's something that everyone is supposed to celebrate at this point, but too much of uncertainties with this particular World Cup, and the height of it all is what we saw yesterday. I don't know if we're going to be seeing some more, because at this point, while preparing for this show, guys, I came across something. The conspiracy theory has come in again, and that has to do with Argentina, because so many persons are saying that FIFA has also categorically
I don't agree. I agree
now,
with last
let's start the fight.
This one.
Let's start the fight.
You know, I first saw the one in the group as I was coming. I said, okay. Now I even saw, funny enough, before you mentioned it, I saw it here. I don't know if my friend somewhere, when I was trying to look at close side by side the World Cup pairings and the groups, because I wanted to now understand. Brazil is in that part.
Okay.
England will most likely be in that part.
Okay.
The first thing, the team that finishes top of Group K, I will get it now. The team that finishes top of Group K, if it's Portugal, they will
said to favor Argentina.
Only beat the teams that come your way.
That's why I said for me, I think the draws needs to be investigated from the first instance. I think we need to investigate the draws. I think we have seen the scandal of the draws in the past. Yes, the cooling of the ball. Okay. Do it if it's because of Messi. But my point is, you are playing Iran, you are playing Nigeria, you are playing weaker teams, and you're Lionel Messi. Definitely you get the goals.
But somebody has Uzbekistan in his group.
Yes, then you get the goals.
But somebody has Uzbekistan in his group.
Yes.
Okay.
Am I talking about Cristiano Ronaldo? I'm not. I actually don't care. My point is, it seems like it's
in their group.
My point is, we have a lot of countries in this nation, in this particular World Cup, no doubt about that. But we're looking at precedents. We're looking at from the last World Cup, the previous World Cup, the 2010 World Cup. If you go down for their baby,
see,
for their baby,
in 2022, if Brazil had beaten Croatia, it would have been an Argentina-Brazil semi-final.
Semi-finals now, they get the point. These semi-finals, anybody can beat anybody. No, my point is, we are talking about from your knockout stages, the quarterfinals.
If anybody can meet anybody, then why not wait till Argentina gets to see in the 2022 FIFA World Cup? Argentina met Netherlands in the quarterfinals, and that was a decent Netherlands team, a very, very decent Netherlands team.
How?
It was a very decent Netherlands team.
Who was their top striker? Who was their top scorer in that team?
Vosbergot
is that a player? Is that one a footballer? Is he a basketballer or a table tennis player?
Vosbergot.
Is that one a player? He's not a footballer. That's not a professional footballer.
Okay, but you had a...
Oh my goodness. My point is, that particular Netherlands team, it's not the greatest of the Netherlands side.
Okay.
Me and you know. I even prefer this current Netherlands side than that of that.
Okay, now, but he also played Croatia in the semi. So I don't know what you want to say about that.
My point is, will you meet the likes of England in your round of 16?
Nobody asked England not to get to the quarterfinals.
No, my point is, even if England want to get, they are playing. England is playing. Maybe the eventual winners, France. They are playing a very strong side. That's my point. My point is Argentina always have it this easy.
Okay.
And it's not a bad thing. Like if they want to get it easy, it's not a bad thing. But people should not be painting the image that he's doing it, he's blowing teams away. You get like where
Cristiano Ronaldo. He's doing it. He scored 2 goals against
Cristiano
Austria.
Ronaldo scoring 3 goals against Uzbekistan. What is the meaning of that one? Or 2 goals against that's nonsense. If you score 4 or 5 goals against,
it's the same player that shouted "I'm back" after he did it.
That's the point. It doesn't make any sense now. That for me, I think it doesn't make any sense. That's my point. My point is Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi. I don't care who the person is. They have been having it easy compared to maybe the likes of the Mbappes.
Okay, so but who has been having it difficult?
I'm telling you now. If you go back in time, the likes of Thomas Müller, the World Cup guys, the Klose. They meet difficult opponents.
Klose scored 5 goals. That's
I just mentioned one name, but Klose will still face the Brazil Klose will still face the Italy. He will face the England. That's my point. Germany will face England. They will face each other. That's my point. My point is, we have the big boys in world football, whether we like it or not. You mentioned the England. You mentioned Germany. You mentioned France. These are the big boys. Brazil. These are the big boys in world football.
All right.
If you meet them in the knockout stages, you know that possibly you're not lucky. Even if you're a big guy, if they play each other, they know basically if Brazil is playing England, maybe in a round of 16 or quarterfinal, you know it's a very, very difficult game.
All right.
Blow these guys away. That's what will make you. That's why people worship Maradona. It's a game against England. Do magic against England. No, I mean they complain about the first goal, but you saw the second goal.
Yeah.
That was a masterpiece. Okay, you say I use and score. Okay, let me show you something.
Okay, but he did that. He scored against France, a 2-time World Cup winner. They won the World Cup in 2018, and in 2022 he scored against France. With all the
You asked me a question now.
No, I like this.
Yes, that's the worst France team he did. I think that France team had that France team basically. That France, if you look at that France, apart from Mbappe, and maybe Mbappe in that team, I think it's not Tchouaméni. I think just Mbappe and Mbappe basically, and maybe Loris, which I think is not even a great goalkeeper. Maybe you go Loris. You look at that team. That team will not naturally make a France team if the players are complete. If they are injury free, let's be very fair.
The thing is,
is it a starting Muani, Kolo Muani?
No, you at that
or
point,
is it Turan?
At that point, Kolomwani was better than this current Kolomwani.
No, I'm not talking about you being better. I think at that particular time, France had more options, but we know the injury worries before the World Cup. They had several players. They had more than 10 first team players.
Was Oliver Giroud not in that squad?
He started all the games.
Oh my goodness.
And Griezmann was there.
Antoine Griezmann was in that squad. Kingsley Coman was in that
This is the
squad.
only time I will side Prié, because at the time those players were not good enough. They were not stars
exactly
enough.
Go and look at that team. My point is, go and look at that France team. They're not the best of France team. That's
but no, because I support it for that one.
No, I know. But they're not the best French team.
But they were doing well in their teams now. Somebody like Oliver Giroud was doing well.
Olivier Giroud. Can you compare the 4 years ago Olivier Giroud and that Olivier Giroud? My point is, I even wonder how Didier Deschamps actually did it. I think that's one of the 11th wonders of this world. He took that team to a World Cup final. That's not the brightest of France team. If you go back in line, even the France that they defeated them in the group stages of the 2002 World Cup was even a better France team when it comes to pedigree.
Right.
To that last World Cup France. This France team now is scary. Let them play this France team now. Let them play. Let Argentina play this France team. They will see one thing.
Everybody will meet somewhere.
Why I like this World Cup is that
they should play this France team.
They know survival more.
They should play this France team.
If Achalugo of Portugal can win today and
How many
finish
teams? How many teams have started without conceding a goal? Please go ahead and tell me.
See, forget about how many teams have started without considering. You look at the level of opponents these teams have played. See, there is no team.
Let them play England. See, I'll be calling the teams for you. Let them play England.
Everybody cannot play everybody.
The other day that the Juju priest in Ghana that said he tied Hurricane's leg.
Should continue
If
tying.
he shot for him, let him tie Kylian Mbappe when they play against Ghana. See, even the Juju said go fear waiting go happen that day. See, you look at the
Bakola. Look at talents.
From what Priya is saying, the France squad then cannot be compared to this current
Cannot
squad
be compared to the one they won, the World Cup, the one they won.
Because this particular squad had lots of match winners. If you take out Kylian Mbappe, Dembele can still hurt you. If you take out Dembele, there is still Michael Olise.
Michael Olise had a 6.3 rating.
It's just in one game.
Just in one game.
See,
And it wasn't even terrible.
those are players that feed off spaces. If they play against an Argentine team and there are lots of spaces, even Messi go weak for waiting to happen.
You see, you know what happened between Paris Saint-Germain and
They
Miami?
will punish.
You know what happened in that game? Let me explain what happened in that game. Enrique told the players after the first half, take it easy on them. See, they will beg this French team to take it easy on Argentina team.
Should I tell you where France will end? Semi-finals.
All right.
That's where their post up is.
Yes.
Okay.
See,
This France,
France
we
gets
are
to
blessed.
end.
That is where their journey ends.
See,
To me, I'm not believing the hype in this France team. They have a very, very good
That's it.
team.
On pen and
They have a
paper.
good attack.
On
No,
pen
it's
and
not
paper.
hype. They have a good attack, great numbers.
But that doesn't play the World Cup.
That will not play the World Cup. The only time that thing has played the World Cup is 2002.
Okay, it's only the GOATs that will play the World Cup.
No. You see, why I like this World Cup too. Let us watch it now. If they finish top of their group, there's a potential quarter-final between both of them. If Portugal finish top, there's a very, very good quarter-final that we can await between the both
Portugal
of them
and Argentina.
If everything works out. So finally, let us settle it on the big stage. No problem.
All right, we've got the phone lines buzzing, and at this point we'll go to the phone lines. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls out there, you've heard us talk for over an hour 30 minutes right now, and it's time to bring you into the conversation. And the talking point has hovered around all that happened in the FIFA 2026 World Cup, in the games yesterday, as well as the games earlier on today. And we have our searchlight on that game between Egypt and Iran. With the whole thing happening, it looks like Iran have been singled out to be thrown away from this FIFA 2026 World Cup. What do you make of all of this? Do you think that there is an on-the-ground plan? And what's your assessment of the FIFA World Cup? Yes, a FIFA World Cup that had 48 teams, that had 10 African teams, and the African teams have been doing pretty well. Do you think that, it's a World Cup that favors Africa? Or do you think that these little shortcomings have made you look at the FIFA 2026 World Cup as something that shouldn't have been? According to the Iranian captain, that's Mehdi Taremi, he says that it's a disaster of a FIFA World Cup. Do you share the same light with him? Do you think it's a disaster of a FIFA World Cup? Let's go to the phone lines right now. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. A very good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Good afternoon. Ajibola from Wuji.
Ajibola from Wuji. Go on. You have the floor.
This World Cup as a thing, although I don't know why my DSTV code had an issue yesterday when I go home, and I was looking for a way to get that code. I don't know that there was a controversy waiting for me to go, so I couldn't get that code, so I give up that. I didn't know that much.
Okay.
So get this morning and listen to his guy. I was listening to his guy now telling me that there's a controversy between Egypt and what's his name, Iran, right?
Iran, yes.
Yeah, that's the pity one. But it's football, you have to like that. So sometimes you give to, sometimes you sometimes you get justice. So it's part of football. So what I want to pull out now, there's something that you people are saying there.
All right, go on.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go on.
PA was saying something, analyzing something, and Soto is countering it, and I want to come out.
Go ahead. The floor is yours. Go on.
You understand that Soto is a messiah. So that one and also, and he hates Ronaldo.
Who do you like?
Ronaldo is my man.
It's clear now. You're coming to attack Soto now because you're on both sides of the divide.
I will never side one for another.
Okay.
So, let's go to my point. The point is also that let's say the truth. That Argentina team, we are talking about. Not that they are favoring them. If you look at that, the team that won that World Cup for them the last audition. They work on teamwork. They move away from stars.
Okay.
That's what helped them.
All right.
And you'll be surprised if they keep going like they can still win this World Cup.
All right.
Or they can play. Well, you see, look at it. There is time of Higuain, Aguero, others. You see them. They dribble. The next thing, they will not win. They will not bring out the result. That Netherlands that we were talking about last edition, they might not have a biggest striker, but they are a very big team. They knock many teams out.
Mm-hmm.
This part you are talking about, the fans remove England now. If you say that fans they play final, that fans remove England.
Remove England, yes, I can remember.
15. And those guys, they are young, and the coach that pushing them, he has taught the Argentina team that most of the problem they were having in the past is the individual arrogancy.
All right.
So they shun away with that and do what we call teamwork. That's what helped them. So Thank you.
Thank you so much for dropping by right there. You can keep the calls coming in 0810-951-0951. A very good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Good afternoon. This is Samuel calling from
Samuel from Choba, you said?
Yes.
All right, welcome to the show. Yeah, I can hear you. Welcome, go on.
Thank you very much. Let me start with Iran. The Iran game. I think I would say that from my own perspective, I think FIFA wants, FIFA and the organizers probably don't want so much noise regarding surrounding Iran in this thing. So
all right.
Looking for a way to just let them go. I think I want to go towards that line indeed. So football also comes with controversy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Go on.
I'm back to the World Cup cooking and all cooking and all cooking. If one of your
analysts,
one of your analysts, I think I think I would say that I'm a bit disappointed with kind of analysis today because I saw someone who has been seeing football for a very long time. If we go back to 2002 World Cup where Brazil had a lot of stars.
Okay.
Group stage.
Okay.
Look at group stage. If you can make your research, look at Brazil had Serbia.
Okay.
Brazil had Switzerland.
Okay.
And they had Cameroon
in the group stage.
In 2022 World Cup. This is correct World Cup.
Okay. And was that Cameroon or Ghana?
In this 2022 World Cup.
Okay, you said 2022. Okay, 2020, not 2002. I was thinking of 2002. Go on.
If you check World Cup, let's calculate from 1998 World Cup down to this point. Check the big side.
All right.
Why they are seeded differently? Because it's just like Champions League. Seed big team and then put one or two average teams and then put another average team to make it up. Then when you top your group, it gives you an advantage.
All right.
To the next. And that's why you see teams fight
to top their groups.
So I don't know why it's an exception when there is like a mess. If just like Portugal or where is the one where it becomes exception with Portugal and what's it called?
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, I don't know when it comes to them, everybody to forget that this thing has been happening in football. That creating conspiracy theory left and right. Remind us that the younger ones are listening to us, and when we push this conspiracy or this narrative, they buy into it and they start spreading it, which is not nice for the game. We actually look at this, it has been happening since. They group these people. When you talk your group, it gives you an advantage of meeting a lesser team in the round system. Then meet a higher team in quarterfinal or semi-final.
All right.
That's how I've been watching the World Cup since 1998, and that's how it has been.
Okay.
Even the 2002 World Cup that Brazil won, it was Mexican at the final, and they removed England.
All right.
And he's now saying that France was the bad side in 2018. Are you kidding me? He said France had removed England and got to the final. Was it because they were defeated by Argentina? If Argentina they are produced, they just the last day. They played well and they won it. If you want to win World Cup, you do well and you win.
Okay.
As simple as that.
All right. All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts right there. Hello. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Good afternoon to all of you.
We greet you.
The Barcelona legend.
Welcome, Amos.
You know, when you talk about Argentina, you are looking for the Messi's problems of the Messi's fans.
I'm not scared of their problem.
Okay. No. I am not saying you should be scared of their problem. You know, Priye, you are one of the persons that I respect a lot. When it comes to football, you understand football, you know football. I respect your opinion a lot. But you know, when you take it to banter, we'll banter with you. See, in the Champions League, if Arsenal had won the Champions League, you know, they passed through an easy pathway in the Champions League before they got to the final. See, they got to meet PSG in the finals. Sure, you know. But if they had won, nobody would say because they met easier teams. That was why they won. Nobody will talk about that. 2012 Champions League Chelsea, they met, before they got to the final, they went through an easier pathway before they met Barcelona in the semi-final. But nobody is talking about that. You win the World Cup, you've already won. You understand? And if I should ask, I will tell anybody, I will argue with everybody. The Netherlands team is the biggest team in the world that are 3 times finalists. They've gone to the semi-finals several times. They've gone to the semi-final. When we are talking about football, the Netherlands is in any World Cup. You cannot underrate the Netherlands team.
In 1994, they had a beautiful team with Patrick Kluivert leading the lines. 98?
98 World Cup, they go to the semi-finals.
The Netherlands team, any World Cup, they are always contender. In any World Cup. I was talking with a friend this morning. He asked me, to my opinion, who do I think will be able to defeat this French team? I said the Netherlands can defeat the French team. The Netherlands team can defeat the French team. That is what I told him. That is my opinion.
Okay.
But the Argentine team, the French team can defeat them. But the Netherlands team can defeat the French team. I was telling somebody.
All right.
So, even in the last World Cup, the Netherlands team was still a very solid team.
Very solid. Yeah.
They were still in every World Cup. They come strong. That is unlike in the Euro. In the Euro, they may not be strong. But
I think in
2022,
they were one of the most difficult games that Argentina had in the knockout phase.
So, all those conspiracy of Argentina was being favored with no, let's not go there. Let's not go there. And another thing is that Argentina must not win the World Cup to prove a point.
Okay.
Whether they win it, they don't win it, it does not matter. They've already won it. They are 3-time champions.
Okay.
Messi is already a World Cup winner.
All right.
Okay. So what is there is for them to defend. It's for them to do well, get to the semi-final, get to the final.
Okay.
If they win it, fine. If they don't win it, fine.
Okay.
The Portuguese team as it stands, to me, they have more stars. They have more players. But the point is that will they be able to? Do they have that mentality of winning the World Cup? I don't think so.
Okay.
Even the French team, yes, they have. Because winning the World Cup is beyond having stars.
All right.
You can have stars, but you may not win the World Cup. The team can go ultra defensive against you, playing penalty against you, and you go out. So the World Cup is far from getting over. That is it. That is on the area of Argentina having a lesser team. Or to me, it's team material. It's team material. Anybody can win.
All right.
As it stands, anybody can win. The usual suspects will win.
Okay.
As per Iran being
marked out.
Marked out. To me, that is quite unfortunate. Though I didn't watch the match, but at least I heard some of the antics. So they will not be allowed to go to the US. This. To me, they are bringing so much politics into football, which is not good. Because some of us are not interested with all those their political stuff.
Okay.
What we are interested, we would just want to watch good football.
All right.
Go. But when they are bringing politics, it is not that fair. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Amos, the Barca legend, for your thoughts right there. Good afternoon to you. And, okay. All right.
Okay, this is Sammy from Silver. I just wanted to make a few points.
All right. Go on, quickly.
Just like last caller said, if you the last World Cup, no, the World Cup before the World Cup was
2018.
It was kicked out by Russia.
Okay.
If my memory serves me right. Who expected that to happen? So I don't think there's anybody that was watching football then expected that to happen. Last World Cup, same for Morocco, and try the next season. They have said the next easy round. This is football. And then if you stop your group, you have the chance of making it the next round and meet your opponent. And then all this conspiracy you are building, I don't know, because I feel like I'm not in the conversation of any Ronaldo or Argentina. I don't have business in that.
All right.
I don't even say that ideology. But my own is that since Argentina won that World Cup 2022, people are here to move on. And play football the way it's supposed to be. And it's becoming unfair, honestly. And so unfair to the player too.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. You can still share your thoughts with us via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, which is 0010951. Priya, you had something to say.
Yes, I think can win the World Cup since inception.
No rookie team.
Yes, no one can. It's even difficult for you to just come up and you think you can win the World Cup. You can go back from the time of Brazil, Uruguay, to England when they even won for the first time. They were not mean feats when it comes to world of football. Spain, when Spain won the World Cup, yes, that was their first World Cup. But you look over time, they have one of the best leagues in the world. So you cannot just pick a team, random team, Cape Verde win the World Cup. It doesn't work that way. It may happen in that competition, but not in World Cup. It's impossible. There's the guys, the France. That's why you see Italy. They are basically, I think the Italian FA, the decisions they are making this period, you know that they are very, 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 very angry. because they are one of the powerhouses in football. Because they are the people that naturally, if they go to a World Cup, you expect them to win the World Cup.
Right.
Same with Germany, same with Brazil. How many World Cups have we had? These are the guys that are sharing the World Cups among themselves. But if the Netherlands win the World Cup, they are not a rookie side, they are not a small side in the world of football. Same with maybe a team like Portugal. These are world power when it comes to football. So no rookie team cannot just wake up and say Brazil win the World Cup.
The World Cup.
Brazil cannot just Ghana cannot just easily win the World Cup, no matter the kind of juju they have.
You can tell that to the Ghanaian. I saw a Ghanaian prophet. I saw a video of a Ghanaian
not
prophet.
Not a juju man. It's not a prophet.
No, there's a prophet.
There's a prophet too.
Yeah. He
they
just
have juju man. They have
juju man. They also have prophet.
Yeah, a prophet. He just prophesied that Ghana will win the FIFA 2026 World Cup. But I think World Cups are won on the field, not on the pulpit.
No, the thing is, you just bring out your best players. Those are Ghana's best players.
All right, and we'll go back to the phone line right now. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Joseph, I know.
Joseph, welcome.
I just want to say something.
Go on.
You see, every time we are talking about Arsenal, are you getting it? So many people think Arsenal. They got to final because they passed through easy route.
Okay.
See, the grouping was done, and I think they did it very well. But Arsenal played to the best of their ability, and they made the first number on the list, and that paved that way for them. You don't just get easy team as opponent just like that for the fun of it. They work their way to that extent, and
so the same thing relates.
So to say.
The same thing relates to Argentina now, according to you, that it's a figment of them getting to the top of their group. They've won 2 games without conceding goals, scored 5 goals.
What I'm trying to say, that you are at the top. You are not at the top of your team. I mean, of your group because you are not doing well. You have worked your way to that point. No, right. I just want to clear that fact. Let nobody be thinking that Arsenal was just they favored them, that they were giving them the opponent, and that's why they made it to the final. No, it's not. It wasn't like that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. And okay, let's take this call before we get talking. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Sorry, but when is Portugal playing Colombia?
Portugal will take on Colombia by 10 p.m. today. 12:30. Okay, 12:30 a.m. today.
Okay.
Did you get that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you so much for dropping by. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, my brother.
Welcome, Lucky from Abia State.
Yes, Lucky from Abia State. He said which prophesied that Ghana will win 2026 World Cup?
A prophet from Ghana.
Is it this 26 or the other 26?
We have just one 2026.
I think the other one, but this one now. No, unless the other 26.
Okay.
Thank you, my brother.
All right. Thank you so much, Lucky, for dropping by there. Yeah, so Portugal will take on Colombia by 12:30. I was thinking he asked about the Ghana, England, and is that Colombia? Yeah. So back to the phone line. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, Osaz and Co. Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Yes, Ugo. I'm calling from PH.
Welcome, Ugo. Go on.
I wasn't around here when Arsenal lifted the EPL trophy. At times, we fans, when we are talking, when we are contributing, we shouldn't take it that, no, this guy, God forbid, over my dead body, will Arsenal carry cup with this. Look at that just dropped now. I just remember how he was just casting down Arsenal before that trophy was lifted. And since after that time, I don't know how the kind of faith he has to even look at other people who are fans of other clubs. Right. So what I'm trying to say, when we are contributing, we should see it that this is just a game.
It's just
anything
a game,
can happen. Yes, anything can happen. A club you underrated can come up to, in fact, create surprises.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts there.
They will not win the World Cup.
All right. right, guys. Let's take a time out to talk about what we will be expecting later on today. Yes, we've got two crucial games to end today, and those games are by 10 p.m. I was actually thinking it was this one the caller was asking about. We've got Croatia up against Ghana, and Panama will take on England. And for England, in fact, for that group, there is a huge fight. England is on 4 points, Ghana is on 4 points, Croatia is on 3 points. We don't know who will top that group, because if Croatia beats Ghana, they go ahead to top the group. They will have 6 points. That is if England doesn't defeat Panama. So if England can also defeat Panama and avoid Ghana from defeating Croatia, then England could top that group. There is a whole lot in contention in that particular group, and it's quite clear that it's going to be a fight to finish. For England, they were expected to top that particular group, and England have not been really impressive in their whole campaign. Yes, they've not been really impressive in their whole campaign at this point, and it looks like the same England that was tipped as one of the favorites to win the 2026 FIFA World Cup might end up not topping that FIFA World Cup group at the end of the games later on today. But let me come to you, Israel, on your take on how this group will pan out and what to expect going into the round of 32 when it has to do with the teams in this particular group. For England, they will be up against Panama, quite an easy side, but for the game of football, you can't write off anybody until the end.
Yes, normally you can't write off anybody, because we've seen, none of us believe that Cape Verde could hold their own against those big teams. So, but when you're looking at the England's group, I feel that group is very much open to anyone. Just as I think you made you said it that Panama could just maybe get a win, and it was sounding impossible. But in football, nothing is impossible, because England could come there, maybe field a second string team, and with an eye on the round of 32 games, and go there to lose. Panama could just decide that, oh, we want to leave the World Cup, sign out in grand fashion, and just get that win and get their first win. So, but I feel Croatia will be getting that win over Ghana in that game, because they know that anything other than maybe a win might not put them in a very good position. We understand that a draw could actually send them as maybe one of the best losers and all that, but they will not want to rely on that. They will want to go into that game knowing fully well that they are the favorites of that particular tie. We've seen Ghana have beaten the expectations that most fans would have had on them, but we understand that what they are going to come out to play is the same pattern they used against England. The all defense and hoping to counter and all that. But for that game, I see Croatia getting that win there, and
over Ghana.
Yeah, Croatia getting the win over Ghana, and England will just, I think it will just be a walk in the park, if because everyone coming into that game, even the second string team, everyone coming into that game knows that, yes, this is an opportunity to tell the gaffer that, yes, I want to be on the starting team for the knockout stage. The likes of Morgan Rogers might be coming in to start that game, and he will be looking at it. This is an opportunity to send maybe Jude Bellingham to the bench and all that.
Are you looking at what's his name? Tuchel resting players?
Yes, yeah. I think this is very much possible, because he knows that whatever happens today, England are already through to the next round.
Now, see, let me shock you. If England finishes at the top of Group L, they would be up against the third team in Group E, third team in Group H, third team in I, J, and K. What that simply means is that weaklings. Now, these are the guys that will come from the best third place finish.
Yes.
Now, if they also they are in Group L, let me try to see where the second finishing from Group L, who will face the second person from Group K. Now, looking at Group K, that is the group where you have Colombia, Portugal, DR Congo, and Uzbekistan. Portugal are coming up against Colombia, while DR Congo will come up against Uzbekistan. Currently, Portugal sits second in that group. an unfair result from the game between Colombia and Portugal will end up having England, if they don't finish on top of the table in Group L, face Portugal. So now, do you think if you are Thomas Tuchel, you will rest anybody?
Thomas Tuchel could actually rest players and still get a very good squad.
You are underrating Panama.
even Panama are already underrating themselves. See, resting players. No, see, resting players actually will not be like that of Norway, resting 10 players. They could just drop maybe 1 or 2 players. England could just decide, but I think where the problem lies now is the right back position, where and that's the fact, because you look at the next World Cup, the man will be 30. I don't see him even joining the team down to that particular. Maybe relax and just focus on medical duties. But I feel for the right back position, we might be seeing a makeshift right back there.
Trevoh Chalobah is one that has been tipped to maybe get into that point.
And I this is where I still question the decision to drop the only available right back, and that's Trent Alexander-Arnold, dropping him at home, because Livramento was already out. It was an opportunity to get this man, even if he doesn't start, let him just be in and around the squad. But it's down to the gaffer. He knows better. But I think for the right back position, we might be getting someone else. But the attacking positions, we might have to see a tweak. Maybe the likes of Anthony Gordon makes way for maybe Marcus Rashford gets to start, and Morgan Rogers comes in ahead of the likes of Jude Bellingham, and they just mix the squad with the starters and the fringe players. Then this is Panama. This is not even Ghana could get one against Panama. So for me, this is the weakling of this group. So whatever squad you put out could actually get a result against Panama. They are already done and dusted. So what England just needs to do is just put the final blow there, and they get to win the group. Where the battle lies now is that of Croatia and Ghana, which I believe that Croatia will want it more. And Ghana are playing very good football. Let's not look at the public recognition those their chief priests and prophets are trying to gain from the performance of the team, because this is the team working hard. We saw how everyone was defending. We saw how they wanted it more against England, how they tried to keep their backline very much intact, and their goalkeeper, from playing in the Ghanaian league to keeping a clean sheet against one of the best teams in the world. So I see Croatia making it, beating Ghana in that game. Then England will avoid that tough fixture, just as you said, because bad as bad, they will win by 1-0.
Okay.
We will not get to see a goalless draw, but I just believe, and there's something we fail to note. The chief priest did come out to say that a certain team will win the English Premier League next season. A certain blue team from London. That's
yes. All right, and that's hugely what we will be seeing later on this evening. We'll have England up against Panama, and we'll have Ghana up against Croatia. Then let's quickly look at what we have early hours of Sunday. Topping that one for Africans, obviously, is DR Congo up against Uzbekistan. For DR Congo, that's it. Do you think there could be an upset from this particular one? See, we expected Egypt to beat Iran clearly. Yes, we expected Egypt to beat Iran clearly. Finish off the job. It's an Iranian side.
But I think it's a different ball game, a different case. Egypt going into that game, they had 4 points. With the 4 points, you can actually qualify as the third best team in your group.
But looking at qualifying at the top of the group, when Belgium has already gifted you an opportunity.
No, that's what I'm saying. I say qualifying is a different thing. But now you know that if you get a very terrible result, you will not qualify. Even a draw cannot save you. I'm talking about DR Congo, so they really need to win the game. So I think that game is a game that they are basically, they have no chance. They have no reason not to come out and play their best. Sometimes this team plays, it's like football is a psychological game. It plays in your mind when you know you've already won. You just need to sit back and just see off games. He plays naturally. That's why when you see the biggest of team are playing the poorest of team and they are leading 4 goals, before you know the small team will start pressing the big team. I ask yourself, how is this even possible? It happens because at that particular point in time, it's a psychological game. It's a game where you push your body, your mind push your body. So I feel Congo wants the game more. And wanting the game more, they will definitely get a result. Uzbekistan, they were beaten silly the last time by Portugal. With that kind of defeat, you don't expect them to come in here guns blazing. It's something that will definitely destroy their ego as a team. So for me, I think it will not be an easy game though, but Congo definitely can cross the line. They have experienced players in that team, players that can go in there. They have seen it all when it comes to club football, that can go in there and get the result for them. So I'm expecting Congo to cross the final line. And I think it will be an impressive World Cup for the African teams. Then going into the to the World Cup, and we are seeing almost 80-90% coming out of the group to the group round of 32. That means naturally Africa should have been producing 10 teams when we are having 32 teams in the Nations Cup, in the World Cup. We should have been having at least 10 teams. I think this is the point for African teams to prove that they were actually been cheating us over the time. Slots. They are giving some very weak European teams some slot to go to the World Cup. I think they need to prove that point now. And if 4 or 5 teams qualifies to the knockout stages of the World Cup, the round of 16, I think it will be a very good case for African teams to actually ask the world. We have a lot of countries in our continent. Give us 2 more slots, because we are good enough.
We hear these days that FIFA might even want to increase with time the number of teams for the World Cup.
That's the point. I think they should make it like the way the UEFA algorithm work, where if you play badly, you may lose your slot as a country when it comes to your league football. I think if you're not playing well as a continent, especially the European guys that have a lot of teams, you need to reduce the numbers. Uzbekistan, what are they doing there? You understand? You go down to Asia to some of the teams, and you have to say some of these teams basically they need to lose this slot to other stronger
so that
nations.
Can also step up.
Yes, possibly if you have an Italy in this World Cup to be a great World Cup, because Italy is not mean fit when it comes to world football. We've seen situations where you struggle even in your qualifiers. You come into the World Cup and you become possibly the most serious team at the World Cup. You've seen team even struggle in the group stages, ending up winning the World Cup. So for me, I think right now African team needs to prove that point that they need more slots. They need to reduce the slots, especially for those Asian guys, European guys, and of course South American guys, because it looks like the entire South America are coming to the World Cup. We have Paraguay, Uruguay, Brazil, Argentina, which team again? Peru, Ecuador. All of them are playing at the World Cup. Colombia, continent of less than 20 countries, basically half of them are playing at the World Cup. They need to reduce that number, give Africans a chance for them to go to the World Cup. Because if you have a Cameroon in that World Cup, that's a huge competition. You have a Nigeria in that World Cup, a big one. Even Benin Republic, it's even better than having
Uzbekistan. That's a plea that would see if we fall on Giannis Infantino's ears for African teams. But the truth is, African teams.
Look at what they are doing. This is the weakest team in the continent now. The Benin Republic can comfortably beat a South African team on a good day. Look at our boys. Look at what they are doing. The weakest team in Africa. They are doing us proud at the World Cup.
Let the South Africans not hear you for that one that you have said right there. But blessing, it's DR Congo that we are looking at right now. They sit 12th. In fact, the bottom of what I'm seeing right here for the third place teams. And they've got a goal difference of -11. Now, coming up against their Uzbekistan opponents, DR Congo has to beat them. See, they need to do what Senegal did yesterday. That is beating Uzbekistan comfortably well. Yes, in case you have to, they've got 1 point. So if they get that victory, it could move them to 4 points. And we already have 4 teams on 4 points. There is also a possibility of Croatia adding up to become a team on 4 points, or Algeria adding up to become a team on 4 points. So that could push DR Congo towards the 7th or 8th slot. So it's definitely going to be a game for goals. Or do you think that they should just keep it clean and hold on to a 1-goal lead and maybe see off the game? But holding on to a 1-goal lead could be very dicey, because at a point you see a 1-goal lead turned into a 1-0 draw. Blessing, your thoughts?
Yeah, actually, Osas, DR Congo has to win this game and win it convincingly well. They are going to be fighting for the third place if Portugal gets a win against Colombia, and I see DR Congo doing that because they drew against Portugal, and Portugal went on to beat Uzbekistan by 5 goals. So they would have that mental power that they can do it, and they need it. Just like Priye said earlier, they need it. They need to fight for it. They have a chance of adding to the African team.
But my issue with this team, the DR Congo team, is they are too defensive minded against the Portuguese team. Yeah, I know that's a bigger team. Actually, they played different, but against a Colombia, being a team almost at the same weight, they sat back for the larger part of that game and ended up losing it. You could see the mentality of that team. They just wanted a 1 point.
Yes, they just wanted a 1 point. But like us, this is a different situation. They know how crucial this game would be to their qualification to the next round. Colombia, when they played Colombia, let's say they were just in the mix. They really did not know what was in store for them. But right now, you can even look at the third place table. They are in a very bad situation. They are 12th, and if they lose that game against Uzbekistan, or they even draw that game, they know that they are already packing their bags and they are going back home. It is a must win for them, and Uzbekistan is the smallest team in that group. They definitely know that they can do it. They definitely know that they can go on to win that game. The problem now is, would they win it with by a convincing scoreline? Because like you said, they have to score the goals. They have to score the goals. So that even if they get to maybe 4 points, they would have the goal difference to fall back on to see if they can qualify as a third place ranking team. But I really think DR Congo can do that one against Uzbekistan.
All right, that's DR Congo up against Uzbekistan. That game comes up by 12:30 a.m. Call that Sunday morning, so you can make out your time to support the African sides. We have DR Congo also gone in for a qualification. I said Africans will want to see these night's game because we have DR Congo up against Uzbekistan. There is also Algeria up against Austria, and these two games could guarantee Africa adding 2 more bodies to those who go into the round of 32. But I know that majority of the guys inside this room right now will not really have their full focus on that particular one. Their focus will be on the fight for the goats. Yes, because Colombia would take on Portugal by 12:30, and by 3 a.m. we'll have Jordan take on Argentina. Another time again for Lionel Messi to add to his goal tally. Another time again for Cristiano Ronaldo to tell everybody that I'm back. Yes, he scored 2 the last time against Uzbekistan, and we said, fine. Yeah, he said he's back. But we want to see a formidable opponent right now against Colombia. But let me come to you first of all. Let me come to you, Somto, on this particular one. In Portugal up against Colombia, everyone has been saying that Portugal is a team built for one man, being Cristiano Ronaldo. Yeah, we saw the effect in the game against DR Congo. When he wasn't able to deliver, they did not perform. Now, in the game against Uzbekistan, fine, they got more of the balls to him. That brilliant first goal there, you saw that he was part of the success story. But another divide are saying that, no, this Portuguese team are a team built on cohesion. They've got players that can go ahead. In fact, they say that this Portuguese team is the most complete team in this FIFA 2026 World Cup. First of all, do you agree with that? Do you agree with that? Are they the most complete team? And they have a huge squad depth going forward into the round of 32. First off, what are you expecting from Portugal? Topping Group K, would it be? Because they sit second right now. Beating Colombia outrightly will get them to top Group K because they would be on 7 points, at least avoiding some of the huge problems that you could see in the round of 32. Or do you think that Portugal could just relapse again after that victory against Uzbekistan, finish on the second spot, and make it difficult for themselves going into the round of 32?
No, I don't think they are the most complete team because I would say France are the most complete team because, well, I wouldn't say Portugal is the most complete team. They don't have a left-sided attacker who I feel came into they have names.
Okay.
They have names, but I don't think they have a left-sided attacker who came into the World Cup in good form. I don't think they have a right-sided attacker who came into the World Cup with good form. Yes, I can take a claim for them having France has the best attack, Portugal has probably the best midfield in the tournament. I would take a claim and say Brazil has the preferred centre-back pairing that a lot of people want in world football, and then Spain has the best goalkeeper depth. So a lot of all these countries combined have some good things in their ranks. But then, for me, Portugal have a goalkeeper. He's not bad, but he plays for Porto.
I just wanted to
Costa.
remind you, you talked about the left-sided attacker. They have Pedro Neto. He's not the next best thing to come out of London. All right. On this other side, they have Bernardo Silva. Yeah, age, but...
Well, this season, particularly this season, Bernardo was not playing as a right-sided attacker. He was playing more of the box-to-box role for Manchester City. He played more in midfield for Manchester City. I think Semenyo came in later in the season, was playing on the right side. Savinho had some moments, but Bernardo did not he can play there. But coming into the World Cup, the World Cup is not something where you feel like, oh, experience counts from the previous 4 years. I think timing has to be right. Form has to be right. Your players have to be in good shape before that time. Some players even get in good shape during the World Cup. But for me, Portugal have names littered around, and a lot of people want to confuse that midfield like it rubs off on the entirety of the other parts of the squad. They still have one of the best players to ever play football, Cristiano Ronaldo, and his numbers from Al Nassr were very good this season. So yes, Ronaldo leading the line is one of the best in the world. Now, behind them, or behind in defense, Ruben Diaz did not have a really steady season at Manchester City. He did not have a steady season. If not, Manchester City would have relied on would not have relied on McGahey to go and spend over £400,000 in wages to go and sign McGahey. They would have not been relying on Kusanov for parts of the season. So Ruben Diaz in that midfield is not, in the defense, you can even question who is his centre-back partner, Renato Viega. Renato Viega really plays for Villarreal. So the centre-back pair, unlike what you see in France, where there is a potential combination of Upamecano and Saliba, or you can look at Brazil, where there is a Champions League winner, Marquinhos, and a Premier League winner, season, that is the best midfield combination you can find.
All right.
João Neves, Bruno Fernandes, and Vitinha.
Right.
Bruno Fernandes was the best creator in the Premier League. Vitinha remains one of the best orchestrators, where I feel there's a problem. So they don't have the best squad. And also, when it comes to cohesion, it's not there. I know you want to go and pay the bills.
Yeah.
So maybe when you come back on the bills, I can elaborate more on my thoughts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to be going out to pay some bills. Remember that the talking point is still hot and spicy right here on today's Sports Live, the marathon edition. When we'll come back, we'll keep talking about what we have. Remember, we have transfers also to bring to you. And we'll also open up the phone line for you to be part of the conversation. So for now, we're going out to pay some bills. And when we return, today's Sports Live will continue. Don't go nowhere.
When you sprinkle, every meal feels so right. Taste quicker. When you stir, the color shines so bright. Taste quicker. When you serve, it's pure delight. Taste quicker by Terra. The flavor you can feel.
From jollof to stews, from soups to sauce, Tastemaker seasoning powder makes everything taste so good. Sprinkle, stir, serve.
Tastemaker.
No buy am. But why? No see say this big bull bag of rice no get the new big bull holographic seal. Not true.
Introducing the Big Bull Holographic Seal Tape, your favorite authentic Big Bull rice, 50 kg and 25 kg. Now with holographic seal tape. This is to ensure you get the premium product from Big Bull Rice. Do not buy if the holographic seal tape is not on the bag or is broken. Big Bull Rice. Tasty rice nourished you.
The amazing seasoning cube. So when you're cooking your delicious meals, don't compromise. Go for gold.
Rich, consistent taste for cooking mouth-watering soups, stews, and jollof. Choose wisely.
Choose Gold, Terra Gold Seasoning Cube.
One cube, endless possibilities. Terra Gold.
How do we make our cooking come alive? Oh, Pepe Terra. For that tasty meal where you like, oh, Pepe Terra. I mean, you want cook food to impress, oh, Pepe Terra. Hey, Pepe Terra, Pepe Terra.
Whether it's jollof or na stew, even for porridge or spaghetti, cook to impress with Pepe Terra.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
In fact, that season that David Beckham came to Real Madrid, and there was Luis Figo too on the right hand side. On the other side, there was Roberto Carlos, there was Zinedine Zidane. There were players littered everywhere.
Right.
But still, there was still a little bit of shakiness. They had some poor results that season. The fans were very, very upset at whatever they were doing. Their coach, chef, is even the current coach of this Iran that I'm seeing here, Carlos Queiroz. So there is a lot of ups and downs when it comes to having a balanced team. Yes, the quality could be there, but you still need a certain type of balance. Do the profiles match each other? Can Bruno Fernandes decide to be that man who is just in front of the balanced midfield line and just decide things going to the final third, or does he still want to be the orchestrator when there is an orchestrator there in Vitinha? Does Vitinha now want to balance and allow Bruno Fernandes take up more of the creative roles and him just being there to organize from the link to the defense to midfield and allow Bruno Fernandes be the link from midfield to attack? So a lot of these things that calls into question the squad depth that Portugal have. No doubt they have one of the best teams at the World Cup, and it's high time we should want them. Enough with this thing where you want to be doing your own thing, your own what did this guy do?
That's celebration.
That's celebration. No wonder they invest.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we're actually seeing on our screens right now is that incident, that goal that was chopped up there for Iran. And you could see it wasn't actually offside. Look at it.
Wait, are we looking at the defender of Iran or the goalkeeper's last line? Because the rule is when the keeper comes out.
Look at when the keeper comes out. The defender behind the goalkeeper now becomes the goalkeeper. Now look at it.
No. I think also when the keeper is out, the line stops at where the keeper is. Yes. Not the defender anymore.
Not the defender.
Yes. Not the defender.
When the goalkeeper is out and the defender behind him.
No. You don't use that defender.
The goalkeeper is the last line.
The goalkeeper is the last line.
The last line.
So once the keeper is out, any Egyptian player that you see before, you shall see them no more, because they will now be in front of the keeper's line and then automatically. So I think that should be the reason.
That's the reason.
That's why when I wanted to understand more, I needed to get clips, but I could not research on that. But I
thought we had a rule where if the goalkeeper steps out of his line and there is a defender that goes right behind him,
you don't count that defender anymore.
That rule has been taken off.
Yeah, you don't count.
When
I think we saw that in the Champions. We saw that in the Champions League final.
Okay.
Where I think it was between Real Madrid and Liverpool, where Benzema scored and the goal was chalked off because of the goalkeeper came out and the defender behind the goalkeeper they said didn't count. The goalkeeper was the last player. So I think that's the reason why the goal the earlier hours of today did not count for Iran. But the funny thing there is just the celebration. The man had to even collect glasses and oh boy.
Yeah, that was Men in Black. So anyway,
they all waited for him to just celebrate, do everything, and just come back.
I mean, that was the fun of it. The last minute
Okay, I'm saying something here. It says in soccer, offside is determined by the second to the last opponent, because the goalkeeper is usually the last opponent. So people often mistakenly think you must be behind the last defender. However, if a defender is behind or level with the goalkeeper, the goalie becomes the second to the last opponent, meaning you must be level or behind that last outfield defender to be onside. What does that mean? He was onside. He was onside. So I don't know how we are misinterpreting the rules.
I think there should be an
because I think that was last year. We saw a case where a defender was that in the English Premiership. A defender was behind the goalkeeper when the goalkeeper rushed out, and that defender was now taken as the man who the line should cut from.
But it will definitely sink on. But let's go and pay some bills.
Let's go pay some bills. Yes, when we come back, we'll continue to talk about this one because it's huge, it's heavy right here. Don't go nowhere. It's still the marathon edition of
Dropping a cute let the flavors flow. Watch every meal, steal the show. Terra, ooh, Terra. Aroma rising, filling the room. Turning dinner's a joy to consume. Terra, ooh, Terra.
Terra Cube or Rap Joy. Unleash taste.
Golden Terra, oil. Rice or stew, beans or yam, golden terra oil, flex it right, fry or grill, stir or flip, taste and goodness hit the spot. Mom's love shining through the meal.
nourishing food for family well-being. Indulge and wine with family too. Golden Terra oil cares for you. Golden Terra oil, for pure love.
Good tasty food is worth living for. Worried about your oil every time you enjoy your favorite meal? Introducing Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil. Smart Balance Rice Bran Oil is rich in gamma oryzanol. Several studies suggest that gamma oryzanol may contribute to the reduction of bad cholesterol. Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil. Good food, no worries.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Today's Sports Live right here on your premium news talking sports radio station today, 95.1 FM. It's about the World Cup, and Somto, you were talking about what we... No, you are still talking about the Portugal game, the game against Colombia. So, and your thoughts.
Mm-hmm. So, for Portugal, they've got good numbers in their squad. I mean, they've got good players, but I have to factor the quality of these players coming into the World Cup. Rafael Leao, Gonzalo Ramos, Ruben Neves, from the form they are in. And I was saying they should stop that in where they feel like, all of the load maybe on Ronaldo, or they feel like they are big enough and not fight. See, Ronaldo has earned the right for you to fight for him.
All right.
So when you enter into that pitch, go and fight for Ronaldo. So because he is with you on that pitch. So when you enter into the pitch, don't think that you're bigger. Don't think that you're on the same level. Don't think whether Ronaldo wants it more. You want it for yourselves, but you also go onto that pitch. Leave that thing where I hear some things where they're like, there are other players there, so now they are doing it for them. You're not doing it for yourselves, because Ronaldo was the one who put, safe to say, your country on the map wherever they are right now. So go out there, fight for Cristiano Ronaldo, because he has done his all, and his age is behind him for him to want to prove a point on the world stage anymore. So you go out there and go and fight for your greatest player of all time, because you are privileged. You are privileged to share the same pitch with him in the same era that he plays in. So you go out there and you go and fight for him. So they should stop some of these things that they do where it's almost like a half-hearted approach most of the times. This person wants to take decisions into his own hands. You take it that you're fighting for him. Because there was somebody told me about Messi, and a lot of people are saying, oh, the Argentina players are playing to Messi. Right. They're not playing to Messi. They are fighting for Messi, and Messi finishes off the job, because they've seen the insane amount of suffering he has gone through to get to that phase, from retiring to having fallout with the media, having fallout with the Argentine fans in the country. And trust me, South American fans are brutal. So they've seen it all, and they know that them getting onto that pitch is to actually fight for a player that they are privileged and humbled to play on the same pitch as him. So the Portugal players should be privileged and humbled to share the same pitch as Cristiano Ronaldo and go out there and get the job done for him. And as for their game against Colombia, it's not going to be an easy game, except Colombia decides to rest players, because Colombia have won their 2 games. Portugal come into this game second on the table, so it's going to be a very difficult game for them. Colombia have scored 4 goals, conceded 1, and when you look at how Colombia have fared,
where is dicey right now is if Colombia decides to rest players and Portugal gets the victory, Portugal goes top of the group. Colombia gets to face the music in the round of 32.
Yeah, so exactly, they don't want something like that either. So they want Portugal to come at them, but they want to get a draw suits them nicely. At least they finish top and everything added to it. So for Portugal, they need to win, because if they don't win, they head on the other side of the draw, which a lot of teams are also there. But you finish top and you head on the other side, and you set up what could be could be an
easy run.
interesting a quarter-final appearance
With
against Argentina.
Argentina.
But if they don't finish top, they go to the other side, and maybe we'll probably have to wait till the final before we see a clash of these two teams. But then, very difficult game. Colombia, 4 games straight on the bounce. They've won. Portugal unbeaten in their last 7 games. It's going to be an interesting game to see today.
Definitely an interesting game to see today. Let's just quickly talk about the Argentina game, and before we go into the transfers and attend to some of the, I can still see the phone lines buzzing. We've got SMSs and WhatsApp messages right here, so we'll attend to them quickly before we move ahead. But that game against Jordan, Argentina. Now, a lot of persons said the last World Cup for Argentina, the team had to play for mercy for Lionel Messi. But it looks like this time right now, Lionel Messi is the one taking the bull by the horn. Jordan would definitely be the easiest opposition he's going to have before he gets to the final. He sits on top of the goal scoring chart right now with 5 goals. And for you, Chikasin, do you think the man should come out hungry? That's if he's given the chance to start. He should come out hungry, get possibly 3-4 goals again to extend his his goal run ahead of Kylian Mbappe. Kylian Mbappe has got 6 goal contributions already, 4 goals and 2 assists. Not an easy one for a man at this point. He's quite young. I know that Messi is not going to be saying that he will hold on to this goal score, but he could extend it and maybe hold on to it for at least the next World Cup. You don't know what will happen to Kylian Mbappe after the next World Cup, that's in 2030. But right now, how do you see that team coming through? Is it going to be, we saw in the last game against Austria, he had some injury scares. Do you think that Scaloni will be looking at maybe resting the man? And if he does that, do you think that Messi would find it funny? Because this could be his chance to extend that goal scoring record.
I think Scaloni will be resting the man, but for me, I think he's going to rest him.
He said he's going to be on the bench.
Yes.
He's going to be on the bench.
Yes.
He'll
get some minutes.
A chance for him to score
more goals. Well, it's not all about a chance for him to score more goals, because you starting Lionel Messi from the beginning of the match does not guarantee that he's going to just score up to 3 to 4 goals from that first half, because we also saw what happened in the Austria. He missed a penalty even when he started the match from beginning, and later he came back to pull up a 2 goals. So I think he's going to rest him, and maybe he should just bring him up early in the second half, like from 15 minutes, so that he can pull up at least 2 goals to still remain in the chart of the goal runs. And also for Kylian Mbappe, he has been a very wonderful performer in this World Cup so far. We saw what happened in the 2022 World Cup. It was also a competition between him and Lionel Messi for the Golden Boots, and I think that's what's just happening now. But I think the Argentina team are playing for Lionel Messi, and they will do everything possible to just make sure that he remains in that chart. So if Lionel Messi is coming up for the 50th or 60th minute, I believe he's going to come up with 2 goals to also remain in that goal chart.
Okay. All right. And let me take some of the messages that we have from the WhatsApp platform before we move ahead to talk about transfers. This one here says, good afternoon, Mira. Okay, he said, good afternoon, Miracle from Port Harcourt. Guys, DR Congo just need a 1-0 victory to qualify. Goals difference isn't an issue for them. You also said that, guys, don't get yourself confused. It was an offside. It's not even debatable. The rule book says it's off, and let's respect that. I see no reason why you feel Iran were robbed, Abina, because of their disputes with the United States of America. All right, you didn't drop your name there, but thank you. Okay, yeah, you did drop your name there. You said Miracle from Port Harcourt. Thank you so much for that particular one. This other one here says, okay, he said, please, Panama cannot win England. Panama is a walkover for England. John is your name. You also went on to say that Ghana's match is a draw, either by score or by 0. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. And Ernest from Muji says, FIFA robbed my team, Iran, yesterday. I think Trump was the video assistant ref yesterday. All right, Ernest, you never disappoint. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. And this other one here says, good afternoon, dear presenters. Please, any transfer update from Chelsea? Please keep the good work going. Thank you, NAB in Soku. Thank you so much for your message there. Definitely, we are moving into transfer. All right, talking about transfers, we'll just look at what's happening from English Premier League as we've got some of the biggest transfer stories coming in. According to reports, Manchester United will start off from there. They are exploring and attacking reinforcement with fresh speculation surrounding Julian Alvarez. Julian Alvarez, a man that has been heavily sought after right now around the world, and Manchester United putting their eyes into that particular one. And we're looking at it as it is right now. Victor Israel, Julian Alvarez coming up again for Manchester United. What happens to the man Benjamin Šeško? Would that also be a threat to Matheus Cunha as it stands right now? He's having a beautiful FIFA 2026 World Cup, but what could Julian Alvarez be adding to a Manchester United?
For me, I think Alvarez is a player that has generated a lot of buzz in this transfer window. First off, Barcelona speaking to his agents and he also buying the move to Barcelona. I think that's his first choice. And then Real Madrid coming into the mix, submitting 150 million euros. I don't know which kind of hope next destination. But then, like I said, other clubs are in the mix. And Manchester United, this stems off signing Benjamin Šeško from the previous transfer window. Matheus Cunha is a player who plays the number 9 role for Brazil right now. So he can also play in that position. But you look at how the dealings of Manchester United has been attacking-wise over the years. You fail to remember a time where they recently had a very, very good poacher, a very good striker. And in as much as a lot of dealings has happened between Manchester United and Manchester City, I beg to differ that maybe Alvarez would be very interested in a move to Manchester United right now.
All right.
Why? Number one, yes, they've qualified back to the Champions League, but they are teams with bigger ambitions, bigger projects right now. I'm not saying Manchester United is a team without ambition, especially when you look at the fact that Michael Carrick has been given that job on a permanent basis. But then when you look at the projects at PSG, you look at the projects at Arsenal, you look at what's going on at Barcelona, as Julian Alvarez is, I don't think you'd be saying Manchester United is your first choice. Manchester United, when the transfer window for Victor Gyökeres, they tried to hijack that deal in the summer, but then the player ultimately said no. He has given his word to one team and one team only, and that's Arsenal. So you look at the Manchester United team you look at the attacking players that they have. Yes, a striker will be very much welcomed, especially when you look at the striker boasting of the kind of profile that Alvarez is, pressing, goals, creativity, also everything he brings to the table as an overall, maybe deep lying forward, complete forward that he could be. You could know that that's a very, very good chance for Manchester United to actually stake their claim in what could be a very, very good season. But with Šeško there, with Cunha there, with Joshua Zexi there, maybe some outgoings might be needed before they now start thinking of going in the market for Julian Alvarez. But like I said, I beg to differ if Alvarez will be a player seated here right now and thinking that Manchester United will be his first choice. I don't think Manchester United will be his first choice. I don't think they will be his second choice. I don't think they will be his third choice. Manchester United will need to do a lot to convince a player like Alvarez to come to their club. Carlos Tevez switching sides before now. Any other player you could think of maybe switching sides from Manchester United to Manchester City. But I don't think, even with the previous affiliation he's had with Manchester City, that Manchester United is a team that has a very, very good chance. In fact, their percentage of getting Alvarez into that side could likely stand at a slim maybe 10 to 5%.
All right. And hugely, I'll just stick with you before I move ahead on that one. For Manchester United, what should they be looking at the voids in the midfield? And going for a forward player at this point, do you think it's the right move for Manchester United?
Yes. But then, like I said, I don't know, because when they signed Benjamin Šeško in the summer, it was seen that Šeško was coming in to be that long-term striker that Manchester United need. And he was signed for big money. Šeško was signed for around 76 million euros. So he was signed for big money. And it was expected that, okay, in the nearest future, he was going to be leading the line for Manchester United for a lot longer. Same thing for Joshua Zexi, who was signed for Manchester United, and everybody thought, oh, okay, this could be a guy that could help the team go into the next few years as a top side. But then, Sheshko is there, like I also mentioned about Cunha, they need to get priorities right. If Cunha can be a backup striker, yes, it doesn't eliminate him playing from the wings, which he has done recently this season, also for Manchester United. I feel if you're getting him, then you probably get another out and out winger.
Right.
I don't know what's the situation with Rashford. I don't. There's talk that maybe Rashford could regain his place or get a chance to prove himself at Manchester United, because where is he really going to go with his big wages? It's just going to be seen that he will just end his contract there. But if
Right.
Rashford is going to be there, they probably need to just understand the kind of profiles that they want to get. If you're getting a good winger, because as it stands, Mbeumo, Cunha, yes, good players, but you still make a case that United still probably needs a winger. I feel like United needs a lot of work to balance that squad. Carrick came in on an interim role from Amorim. Amorim's philosophy and system is different from Carrick. So
Right.
United are not going to use this window to balance up their squad as it stands. A lot of people are saying, oh, Arsenal want to sign Guimaraes, and they already have enough, because they took times, season, window after window, to balance their squad. Man United have lost Casemiro. Yes, they've signed Ederson from Atalanta, but on the other hand, we know they are in the market for Matheus Fernandes.
Okay.
Kobe Maino is a player who signed a new contract. Bruno Fernandes retains the man who would hold that attacking midfield role for, let's say, 3, 4, 5 seasons to come. But then,
Manuel Ugarte is also there.
I think he even had an injury. He had an ACL injury. He had an ACL injury against Spain yesterday. But still, Ugarte on the other hand. So you are left with saying that, okay, Kobe Maino and Bruno Fernandes mainstay
Right.
in midfield. Are you getting the Fernandes? Is there any that you wanted Anderson? It didn't work out. You understand? You'll be missing out on big players. And I even forgot the fact that, you signed Rasmus Højlund. That was the striker I was trying to remember
Yeah.
that he signed, and thought it was going to happen for the long term. So they've invested a lot in attack. Now you need to focus and spray. I still feel they could have gotten a good keeper, world class, apart from Sonny Lamens. I'm not saying he's bad, but then that's another position that you should be looking at in the next few years.
Reinforcing.
In the centre back position, Licha has not been fit for the longest of periods. Yes, Eden Heaven is coming into the side and is looking like a very good player who could stay for long.
Okay.
But then Lisandro Martinez, Lenny Euro, these were players you invested. Matthias De Ligt, these were players you invested in to cover your centre back positions. And is it that this one is not fit, or is it that Harry Maguire is still covering for all of these players for the longest parts? Luke Shaw is another player that you know on the left hand side.
Injury
issues. On the right hand side, Mazraoui and Dalo are these top class fullbacks that you want to last the rebuilds you have to focus on. So to me, there's a very big rebuild that needs to happen at Manchester United. Yes, Fernandes and Maino for now, good midfield combination. Going forward, Matheus Cunha, Benjamin Sesko, Brian Mbeumo. For the short term, good. If you can get another winger, fine. But then defense is another focus that you have to really check out for a very, very good period.
First off,
That's
good-
Henry.
good-
That's Henry. Henry Ogugo. Let me
Yeah.
just introduce you.
Good afternoon, guys. First things first, I think United needs two midfielders. You're going to play 4 competitions next season.
All right.
And he was stuck with Casemiro and Maino. Casemiro is leaving, he's going to Inter Miami. So it's Maino, Fernandes playing as the 10. Now, first off, there's no backup for Bruno.
All right.
So let's just say Bruno will play a lot of games. Normally, we expect him to start and play a lot of games, maybe barring the Carabao Cup games in the early stages.
Okay.
Till it now looks like they could probably win it. But that means already we're talking about, let's say Ugarte was going to leave, but he's already injured. So Ugarte is probably out for most of next season. When we might see Ugarte might be March next year,
Okay.
give or take. Now, that means you're stuck with only Maino being fit. Normally, there were already talks of whether you have to sign 1 or 2.
Okay.
You knew that definitely needed to sign, but probably a club who is sensible and knowing that you're in the Champions League next season and you need to compete, because trust me, United fans will not take either being knocked out in the playoff round or not even making it to the playoff round. They will want United to actually be in the round of 16. And sorry, Carrick turned things around midway of last season, second half of last season. But with the current squad he has now, he cannot do that, or he cannot do what he did in the Premier League next season. Signings need to come in.
All right.
I think Elliot Anderson is overpriced. That 130 million Man City is about to pay for him is a sham and a total scam. I feel that totally. But I mean, I even looking at the Premier League market for midfielders this season, this transfer window, it looks overpriced. Tonally, you're talking about 100 million. I mean, if Elliot Anderson went for 130, then Guimaraes should go for 150 or 180. It's the simple truth. Yeah. Guimaraes has been a better and more steady performer over the past 3 seasons in the English Premier League. So you could say that. But one thing is clear, United need 2 midfielders. Because Mino is not going to play all 70 or 60 plus games depending on how far they go. So they need 2 midfielders. They need a destroyer because Mino is not a destroyer. They need somebody who can protect. Like we saw Casemiro bring out, as you say, vestiges of what he was before in Real Madrid to help United see out or pass through
Have
or
a good
go through that
season.
run when Carrick came in. But he's going. You need to replace him. Then there needs to be one person that's probably going to serve as cover for both players.
Okay.
So it's about being smart. You need somebody who can bring the energy, break up play, and also start up play. But you also need somebody who can sort of do that and also take over the box-to-box role in case he wants to rotate and he decides to rest mine or drop mine, because trust me, you will. You're playing, you have a Champions League game against Bayern Munich on Tuesday or Wednesday. You play him. Then you're playing Bayer Leverkusen or Stuttgart in the Champions League on Tuesday. You want to rotate because these players have gone to the international break, played. So all those little, or when the games are coming thick and fast, you play on Saturday, you play on Tuesday, you play on Sunday, you now play on Wednesday, play just like that. You need to be rotating. So like he noted, they need to sign. I think they need at least 2 midfielders. That one is very clear. United needs I think manage Lamers for 1 more season. I think you can manage Lamers you can manage Lamers for 1 more season. The goalkeeping position is not really a priority.
And it
now.
also begs the question if United should really spend so much on Fernandes, Matheus Fernandes.
No, I think
because if they need 2 midfielders, spending 85 million alone.
I think the Champions League they qualified for cushions them a bit.
All right.
It cushions things a bit. You look at that squad like he was saying. You need at least you need 2 midfielders. You need at least 1 centre back. You need at least 1 centre back, and they need at least another full back. That is 4. Then you also have to look at the possibility of getting in another forward.
All right.
You're talking about United need at least 5-6 signings to remain competitive across all competitions next season. So you have to be, but like I said, you look at the market, especially in the midfield market, it looks so exorbitant. Matheus Fernandes is going for, West Ham is telling you 85 million or they don't sell. Alex Scott that bought last season for Bournemouth, they are telling you 80 million or 60 million, they will sell. Adam Watson, if Elliot Anderson is going for 130, what will Adam Watson go for? Sandro Tonali and Bruno Guimaraes. Arsenal had a bid of 60 million pounds knocked back for Guimaraes. Newcastle are telling you if it's not 100 million pounds, we're not selling Tonali. So like you can just, maybe I advise you go outside the English Premier League and look for good quality midfielders. But United needs to shore up the midfield. I think they should also be realistic. There is no need chasing those targets a lot of the big clubs are necessarily going after, because trust me, any player now, even looking at it, will still choose Barcelona or Real Madrid over Manchester United currently, because you're not still sure what to expect from Carrick next season.
All right.
So you cannot put your hopes or your, will you say, glowing career or growing career in the hopes of a Michael Carrick and Manchester United. You're not sure what to expect when the likes of Luis Enrique and Paris Saint-Germain or Hansi Flick and Barcelona are coming after you. It doesn't make any sense.
All right.
So I think look for reasonable and attainable targets.
All right. Let's talk about Arsenal right now, because the Gunners are monitoring 18-year-old midfielder from Morocco. That's Ayoub Boadi. That's one. Then also they are preparing to submit an improved second proposal for Bruno Guimaraes. The first one was 55 million pounds, and it was quickly rejected by Newcastle. So an improved one could be way over 60 or 65. We would keep our ears down to get that particular one. And also, Mikel Arteta is looking at putting in 100 million euros for prospects. transfer markets don't actually spoil. Yeah, but most of these prospects are midfielders. And we are looking at Arsenal. And we are saying, where would the English Premier League for the 2026-2027 season be won? Would it be won from the midfield this period? Because the last time the defense was what did it for Arsenal. Let me. I don't know. I don't want to come to Sonto on this one. Let me go to someone who is neutral.
Come on now. I am neutral.
I want to know now, and where should they have their eyes at this point?
I think we should be looking at the attack for Arsenal as the weakest, because when you look at what the defense did last season, yes, this season they will be needing reinforcements in the midfield, because I think there might be some players leaving Arsenal. But I feel the weak link in that Arsenal team has to be the defense, because you look at the attack, because you look at the numbers that the attackers did produce, it wasn't up to the level of what the defenders did. Because I think most times last season we talked about the fact that if they had a certain Victor Osimhen in that team, maybe 20 plus goals from an attacker in the league would have given them the title. The attack, he's the weak link, because you look at Bukayo Saka, he is the star boy of the team. He is the key player of that Arsenal team, but he doesn't guarantee them goals. Bukayo Saka give you 20 plus goals in back-to-back seasons. And you also look at the other options, the likes of Leandro Trossard, the likes of Gabriel Martinelli, Gyökeres, and Gabriel Jesus. If you combine them together, they can't give you up to 60 goals. And that's about 5 players. So you look at title-winning teams like the Manchester City, where you have Haaland alone giving you 20 plus goals in the league. And there are seasons where you have the likes of Phil Foden giving you 15 plus goals in a season. So I feel with what Mikel Arteta's Arsenal did last season, the defense putting in masterclass performance every week, not just in the league, in the cup games, and also in the Champions League, because there was a time in the Champions League where you find it to match up the same level of performance that the defense was putting out, then we would have had Arsenal not just win the English Premier League, they would have also done, if not the quadruple, maybe the treble.
Okay.
Because of his front three gave him lots of goals, but they failed to get this kind of defense that Arsenal do have.
Okay.
But they still managed to get a trophy because they had the goals coming in. But I think Arsenal had to rely on, we had lead till the end of the game. So the weak link for Arsenal has to be the attack, because we need the attack to start scoring goals. There are games where you can't keep a clean sheet.
All right.
There are games when 2 goals could give you the victory, but to start scoring goals, Martinelli might not still be in this Arsenal team.
Okay.
Because I believe that Martinelli or Leandro Trossard, one of them will be leaving Arsenal this season. Maybe a replacement might come in. We've had cases where they've looked at Leao from man playing for AC Milan there. They've also looked at other options, but I believe that one of them will be leaving Arsenal this season. Gabriel Jesus also might be. The link to Ayo Boadi, we understand that Arsenal got Christian Nogard, but I feel for the reason that Nogard kept on being on the bench till the end of the season is because the level of competition is not there.
Okay.
Because you don't sign a player and you see what he does in the training. You say that's good headache as a manager that he has to start. Then he should be pushing the others.
Okay.
Because we saw Mosquera come in, and there were times when
we saw Nkapie come in.
Yes, we saw Nkapie at the initial, maybe the FA Cup.
Calafiori.
But we saw how he dropped the likes of Calafiori on the bench, and he started
moved Miles Lewis Kelly
to the midfield. So if the player is good enough, he gives the manager the headache. The manager has to tweak the formation just to bring in that particular player.
Right.
So if Nogard was that good, then we would have had cases where when Zubimendi lost his place, he wouldn't be losing it to an under 20-year-old Miles Lewis Kelly.
Okay.
But a player that is well known in the Premier League, that's Christian Nogard. So Arsenal do need reinforcements in midfield, but let's not look
overflog it.
Yeah, let's look at the main position where
position.
Gyökeres will come good this season.
All right. And for Chelsea, they continue the rebuild under new manager Xabi Alonso as they secured a £43 million deal for versatile Atalanta right back Marco Palestra, still putting in the defensive build-up right there. And it looks like that could be Chelsea still trying to build a title-winning squad. For how long? I don't know. But Chikasin, you could tell us if maybe this time it's a title-winning squad for Chelsea.
Currently, I wouldn't say they are in the competitive set now to win the title, but I believe they can go as far as doing that because there is no European competition for them next season. So they are just stuck in the Premier League, only just one competition. Then also
they could be in the they are in the FA Cup
yeah,
and
they're in
also
the FA Cup,
Carabao Cup.
and the Carabao Cup. But I think the main priority for them now should be the English Premier League. So with the new coach Xabi Alonso and also the getting a new right back for Chelsea, someone who could be supportive in Reece James and also Malo Gusto, and I think he should be looking at a left back too.
All right.
Because Marc Cucurella is already a Real Madrid done deal, so he should be looking for someone that could take off that physicality, that strength, that power to
Cucurella
push the ball
brings.
that Cucurella brings. So I think he should be going for a left back that could also be as fast as Marco Cucurella that just left the team.
All right.
And also for the striker, I think Nicholas Jackson is coming back to Chelsea next season, I believe. So he should also look for a very good striker and not just the number 9 Delap. We should not just rely on Delap. So I think they should be in competition next season.
All right. And ladies and gentlemen, let's see if we can take one or two calls before we switch things to talk Nigerian football. From the SMS platform, this one says, good guys, well done. How are you doing? Very well. And you? Please, what was the result of the match between Spain and Uruguay? That ended 1-0 in favor of Spain. Imadan in Uyo. Portugal will win Colombia, he says there. Thank you so much, Imadan, for your text message there. This other one says, good evening, dear presenters. Please, is Chelsea going for any goalkeeper? Please, I need your update. Thank you, from NAB in Soku. No goalkeeper on the record yet for Chelsea. It's still fresh in the transfer window. We hope to see things change, and we'll definitely update you with all of that. This other one here from the WhatsApp platform says, Mason Mount, de Manchester United, he can back Bruno up Zegzi. Okay, he can back Bruno up. Zegzi can play that role as well. Manchester United will sign players. The transfer window closes 10th of September, so there is enough time. Thank you so much for your message there. Let's see if we can take one or two calls. 0810-951-0951. We've got Henry Ogugo right here to take us through the Niger perspective of today's Sports Live. Henry, is there anything happening from the Nigerian perspective apart from monies being increased? 1 billion naira.
1 billion. And it looks like it's from up to bottom now. Because I'm asking, where would the 1 billion come from? Because people are asking, where would the 1 billion come from? It's not just by saying 1 billion. You don't announce 1 billion now, you go begin the rush. The big sponsor, I beg. We need to meet up. I beg, help us, help our life.
All right.
Just do something for us. But, well, we'll look into that. Definitely, Rick Shell, new contract, what the future has, or what is in store for the Super Eagles of Nigeria and all that stuff.
All right. So let's head to the phone line right now. Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Osas.
Osas, welcome. That's probably my namesake. Welcome to the show.
Yeah. I don't think Alvarez will make it at Manchester United. Reason be the fact that he should go and ask his predecessors that have been at Manchester United, how far did he go with them? What's his name? Carlos Tevez didn't replicate his glory at Manchester United. Ugarte is injured, and Angel Di Maria was the worst. In shining star Real Madrid, he went to Manchester United. He couldn't even replicate his form. So I think then concerning the midfield of Arsenal, I strongly believe I stand with one of your guys there that said the midfield needs to be restructured. But apart from that one, we need a sharp attacker. Some players need to go. That one we know for sure. Somebody like Morgan, so that guy that they loaned to Porto. I can't remember his name now. Or what's his name? The one they loaned to Porto need to go. Gabriel Jesus need to go. So they need an assistant, a very good assistant for Gyökeres. Gyökeres is a very good striker anytime, any day. But Alvarez right now coming, it will be good for him. But I don't think Atletico Madrid will never make the mistake of selling their best striker or one of their best attacker to their rival. You understand what that means? You understand what that means?
Yeah.
So that is it. He may not be able to, he may not go to Barcelona. The way I'm looking at it. He will not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts. Dear Osas, the world keep the calls coming in 0810-951-0951. Let's see if we can take one or two before we head over to talk some Nigerian football on the show this evening. The phone line is still open, and you are listening to the voice of Henry Ogugo here with you. I have Alex Kabari with me in the studio. 0810-951-0951. Call in and give your thoughts on everything the guys have discussed from the first part of the show, from the World Cup to transfers. You are free, and the line is open for you. Hello, caller. Good afternoon or good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, yeah.
Yeah, Kabulu
Yeah,
Barry.
Kabulu
Good you too. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, let them go ahead with their head. Yes. But me, I want Arsenal about Liverpool. I want to talk to Martin about Liverpool. I feel go on.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I beg. If I go feel send message to this our new coach where they don't buy. Because maybe me I want for that thing. See that our defense line. That defense line, we get a very, very big problem. Because one man where they there, he like down the fire, which is Van Dijk. And since this man come, I never hear everything they talk about that defense line. Both the three, now the side three. Kekes, where they there, Kekes don't feel do a lot. Unless he will go bring Simikas from loan. Then for that, our right side. If you need another person, we should play there. Because that free pump, I'm not sure if that free pump will fit play. Waiting need the play now. We know if we play next season. And that's all I win. We need player. In fact, that's our both the left and right, both the front and back, we need player. We will fit play because that for me, I don't believe on that guy. Even the person when they buy from Germany, I never still believe in that. So if you know saying go fit qualify for Champions League next season, making 5 ways, settle in defense and the wins. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there, Kabulu Barry. Do us keep the calls coming in 0810-951-0951. Hello, caller. Good afternoon or good evening.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, name and location.
My name is Silvio. I'm calling from Abiona.
Okay, please go ahead.
Please, I want to talk about my Chelsea team. I'm by now Chelsea have not been able to sign a good striker that will replace that will contest with Gillard. It's so surprising up to now. Now Alonso has come. Yes, we are happy that we have a new coach and experienced one in league. But I'm so shocked that up to now we are supposed to sign a striker. Yes, Coca-Cola has gone. You have to look for another one. Please, I want to call if Chelsea fans are listening to me. Every one of us should put a call across. Anyhow I want to do it. I want to make sure that we even if it's by on social media or anyhow, I have some message.
Hello? Hello? Okay, it looks like network not your friend there at this point in time, but try to call back to share your thoughts. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to head over to talk some Nigerian football on the show.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Yes, this is Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today95.1 FM, and you're listening to the voice of Henry Ogugwa. So you have Alex Kabari and Victor Israel here with me in the studio. Chikasin is also here as well. And let's kick things off with the Nigerian Premier Football League as regards Nigerian football, where the winners of next season, the 2026/2027 Nigerian Premier Football League season, will receive a record 1 billion naira in prize money, marking a significant increase in financial rewards for clubs competing in the country's top flight football competition. According to the new prize structure, the league champions will pocket 1 billion naira, while the runners-up will receive 500 million naira. Third place team will also earn 300 million naira if next season in the NPFL. Now, according to reports, the development represents another major step in ongoing efforts to improve the league's commercial value and competitiveness. Now, prize money for the NPFL has witnessed steady growth in recent years. In the past, league winners received 100 million naira during the 2022/2023 season, a figure that later rose to a record 210 million naira in subsequent campaigns. Now, the proposed 1 billion naira reward for next season's champions will make it the second highest rewarding league on the African continent, just behind the PSL. It will be more than the Egyptian League, the Moroccan League, the Tanzanian League. And also in a related development, the minimum wage for MPFL players has been set at 2 million naira, a move aimed at improving player welfare and enhancing professionalism across the league. Now, it's more than just player remunerations and the whole 1 billion naira. There's a broader concept as regards this whole thing, or this move, or this bold move, some would love to say, from the National Sports Commission as regards the NPFL. And one of the things has to be the fact that the league will actually be put. It's beyond. Okay, it's beyond just the player welfare increment, and also you talk about prize money increment. There are also reports that from next season, MPFL matches will be broadcast on a dedicated free-to-air channel via the Nigeria Comsat and across several state television stations, giving millions of Nigerians easier access to domestic football. Clubs must meet enhanced licensing standards, including the installation of standard floodlights, reliable backup power systems, and upgraded match day facilities in their stadiums. And league authorities have also promised strict sanctions, including points deductions for clubs involved in crowd violence or security breaches. Ovie Wallace is also with us in the studio this evening. And let me start. Before we start going into the nitty gritty, is this sustainable? How do we back this up? These clubs are government owned. Can they sustain the 2 million a year, the new club license and all that stuff? But I mean, is this something or a step in the right direction? Or you think it's something too drastic or a decision that has been taken in a haste or in a rush?
Henry, the first time I saw it, the first thing that came into my head, first of all, good evening to our lovely listeners and good evening to the guys in the studio alongside. I was thinking the same thing you thought, Henry, because if memory serves me right, we did have that period just before the start of this season that has also finished, or should we say the just concluded MPFL season, I meant to say, where it looked like we were set to bring VAR to the MPFL, and then we just sat here, did a breakdown of the cost, and Henry, I don't think we laughed out. But yes, I think we were laughing in our minds because we knew it was not very feasible. The idea of this, the prize money, the idea of this salary cap, the new salary cap to the players, is definitely a step in the right direction, Henry. There is no doubt about that. It is not going to solve all your immediate problems, but it's a step in the right direction, particularly when you set a salary cap, which means the experienced players can renegotiate and earn higher. And the ones who are coming into the league for the first time or who are coming in from a youth development system can come in and say, okay, I will have enough being paid to me to be able to hold my own or sustain myself for a few years, coming into it, which has not been the case in recent years. But Henry, the most important question is, can it be kept up with? Are we going to hear stories or sagas next season about like we've always heard about player contracts or a couple of them not being paid on time? What exactly is going to be the read or the situation when it comes about by this time next season, Henry, when we have to sit down and look at MPFL 2026/2027 season in a wrap? How is it going to all bode out at the end of the day? And I think the minute you answer these questions for yourself, and maybe you answer them very genuinely, and you tell yourself that the chances or the feasibility, it does not look very likely, Henry. Let's say it as it is. I mean, I would like to cut the NFF some slack. I would like to cut the people in charge, the ones that are the very top running things from the MPFL scenes. I would like to cut them some slack. But at the same time, history will tell you that you're not supposed to. Particularly when it has to do with the MPFL. You're not supposed to, because we've had numerous instances. Now, I think there were different pleas and different pitches that, okay, the amounts that is said to be paid to the players in terms of a new salary cap is supposed to help these players afford or it's supposed to be a sort of cover for when they go on these long distance travels and then there are issues, there are incidents. So it's like a compensation. Okay, yes, you're not only playing for the club, but you're also at the moment putting yourself through risk when it has to do with the transportation, particularly given the situation of the country right now. And it's a way to tell these players, okay, no problem. Yes, we appreciate you, every single one of you, the ones who are the very best in the league and the ones who are having their very first seasons or their very first time in the league as a youngster. It's a way of saying, yes, we see you and we acknowledge what you're doing and we acknowledge the risk that is involved in featuring for your respective clubs. And of course, there's that statistic, Henry, that always used to not bode very well for these footballers, and that's the fact that about 65% of footballers declare bankruptcy 5 years after retiring. If a professional footballer can declare bankruptcy 5 years after retiring, no matter where they are playing in, even in the MPFL where now the salary cap is up to 2 million, then it just spells a really, really bad name for it. I mean, a lot of them could come down to these players themselves not having the right mindset, or would I say the right education involved to get straight or go straight into businesses and to invest and to just keep the wealth pouring in, because I think that's the only way wealth is ever going to be sustained. You could attribute it to that, but then Henry, at the same time, you could also just say it very, very plainly. It is all the issues that revolves from whether these players are actually being paid or not. And the thing about it is that there's been a peg that has been put on it in such a way that they are not even able to talk about it. You only hear it on podcasts when they have probably retired, when they have moved out of the league, and then you hear stories that you did
it
not
means they
hear
will be
in the league.
blacklisted if they are still playing.
Yeah, I mean, we know these things, and we know exactly how it pans out, which means you're not going to come out publicly and to talk about your club while you're still there. We had the story, the most recent one, or should I say the most recent one that comes to mind, Henry, was the player who had to go for a surgery and was requested to pay. Was it even 50%? I think he was asked to pay the entire amount. Okay, yes, the club covered the amount for him, and he was required to pay little deposits from his salary cap or his wages at the club into the club's account until he was done. So that is a very, very poor reflection of where we are right now, and we as a league. And if we are still taking stances like that, if we are still having players signing on free agency basis, we are having 13, 14 signings all at once. Most of them are coming from a youth system, being that it's going to be their first time in the league. Then what is the promise that this is actually going to be implemented well when we still have stories like that? What's the promise that this 2 million salary cap is going to be given to everybody? A youngster that's coming into the league that has barely any financial advisor, anything at all, would he be guaranteed that pay at the end of the day?
So your complaint is, it's not that, okay, do it, or this is the rule now. It's about implementation.
Being implemented. That's it. It's definitely a step. But is it going to be implemented?
So, like, okay, so what do you suggest? How does because by the looks of things, Benga Elegbeleye reportedly it's not yet confirmed. It looks like it will be the NSC that will be running and handling the league as things stand. But, I mean, how does the NSC now, at this point in time, enforce? It's like when we say it's not about making the law, it's enforcement of the law that matters. So how do they enforce and make sure that, let's leave the money, maybe they will find the sponsorship to pay the prize money, but how do they enforce that? Because a club can just cook books and give you and say this is what you're paying, but at the end of the day, this is not what you're paying. So how do they enforce or make sure that that's the case?
I think it has to be a check. It has to be sort of a check, a background check that is done on a monthly basis. I would go as far as to say on a monthly basis. You could set up panels, you could set up boards in charge of just making sure that, yes, this salary cap is being paid to these players. Talk to the players themselves. I think it's the only way to curb those issues that always resurface at the end of the time, Henry, because this is definitely a good solution. Yes, you've said no problem. This is what you should be paying. It's just like when there is a certain decree or something. I don't want to go into other aspects, but I think we have an idea of what I'm trying to refer to right now. When a decree or something has been passed down from a line of authority, but still people fail to heed to it. They could tell you something as simple as, oh, okay, we've seen that the prices of transportation has been inflated. If you have to go from just one place, point A to point B, it's 500 naira, and they are telling you, okay, let's regulate it, let's go back and look at it, and let's make sure that for everybody that leaves from this point A to points B should be about 250, 300. But how are you going to fact check the drivers? How are you going to make sure that the drivers are still not collecting or charging exorbitant prices? That's just the thing at the end of the day. So you put in maybe a board to check on I wanted to say weekly, but I think weekly is not something we do over here in MPFL. So I'll just say on a monthly basis. Just check the records And basically, it's that two-edged sword, Henry, because the players who are having these things done to them, in the sense that they are being denied full payment for whatever reason that the club is going to give them, and be like, maybe you're not on that level, how you go enter now your first season, you won't collect 2 million, see what happen. Whatever that, or whenever that is going to happen, are these players going to be able to come out and talk about it? No, they're not. So there has to be a platform to bring these people at the very top closer to these players, and to give them that air to be able to come out and say, okay, because that's the only way we'd ever make progress in the MPFL. If we really want to make progress and we are serious about it, that is the only way to go about it at the end of the day. So it's just having to be able to tell the players, no problem, there's an issue, go and file here. When we were in secondary school, you had a problem, there was always this box they used to keep right next to the principal's office. They say disciplinary box. Since you cannot come out and tell us that senior that bullied you or something, write his name, go there, write his name and drop it as an anonymous tip, and let us come and find him. So there has to be rules in place, Henry, as regards it, because it's a good step. Yes, the salary cap has been put into motion. Yes, the prize money is said to be effected. But at the end of the day, how well are you going to be able to implement it, or to make sure that this is going to take effect from the 2026-2027 season, Henry? That is definitely my concern.
Okay, how are they going to do it, or how are they going to step it up for next season? How are they going to make it? But I mean, we've been asking for drastic changes, Ovie, and drastic changes we have seen. Why question these changes now?
Well, I don't really know why people are actually questioning all these changes. I think that's how humans are. I think when changes come, there are always people that always oppose those changes, even if they are for the benefit of the majority. But for me, it's a welcome change, because I know it's still going to develop. It's going to get better than this. You're looking at the new minimum wage. They are looking at the NPFL for players, that's 2 million, and you're looking at the prize money that they've done for the teams, 1 billion, and then is it 600 million for second, and 400 for third. We still don't know what they'll give for the other teams from fourth to the end, but they've already said they are going to do something about that, and it's something that we've been crying for in the league when we're talking about improvement, how we're able to keep our talent in the league. I don't know if it's going to be sustainable, but it has to be sustainable, because it will look like we just made a fool of ourselves if we try to extend, trying to do something good, trying to keep our talents here. 2 million might not be much. If you want to compare with some other leagues in the PSL, some other African leagues, it might not be much, but I think it's still quite a step in the right direction if we want to still keep our talent. And I still encourage you. Now we have to look at if all this money that they're going to putting into the clubs, if it's going to improve. The clubs are going to use it to improve their infrastructure, use it to improve their stadiums, and no, because it's not just about the NSC allowing these funds and then disbursing the funds, and then before you know, we hear reports of club officials and the rest making away with half of what was meant to use for transfers, or half of what they were meant to use for infrastructure. So it's a good thing that yes, money is coming in. As some say, money is the root of all evil. Yeah. But sometimes money is always the medicine, sometimes it's the poison, so it depends on how you're going to use it or how it affects you. But in the MPFL now, in Nigeria's case, sometimes it's a double-edged sword, and you're looking at it, more money. Some are licking their lips at, yes, we can use it for other nefarious acts, and us journalists, we are only some of us are looking at just the positive sides, that yes, now we're going to see more improvements. Now we're going to see the rise of talents in the NPFL. Especially when you're looking at teams coming in from the NPFL, from the NNL to the NPFL, and they perform well, and they are not able to get anything, But now they go to the NPFL, they perform well and they have something that they can use to sustain themselves for next season. Well, we are still going to have to work on the structure when you have to look at spending in the league. Unlike other leagues where it's really structured, there's a certain amount that you can spend on budgets and your cap in general, but it's something that we're going to have to work on. But for now, I think it's a big improvement. The people that are opposing it I just think are people that do not want to see the growth in Nigerian football in general.
Okay, people that do not want to see the growth in Nigerian football in general, according to Ovie. But Benjamin Mina is also here with us in the studio. Benjamin, good evening. Let's start off from the welfare point as regards the players, because I think that has to be one of the key points I'll take out. I'll come down to the club licensing and all that stuff, the free to air and all that stuff. But I mean, Benjamin, there are a lot of implications, especially about this welfare, because you're talking about 2 million naira is a month minimum salary. You're talking about that's slightly over $1,000 a month minimum salary. So let's say if you're playing the lowest grade player in your team, 2 million a month, or some clubs are funny, they can just put everybody on 2 million.
Oh no. I feel that's going to be possible for the I feel it's going to be possible. They can just put everyone on 2 million and yes, everyone is still feeling hitting the minimum wage. Maybe private owned clubs, I still believe they can still do something otherwise. We saw Kunle Sonami and Victor Mbouama. He gifted Victor Mbouama a car.
That's a normal thing for him.
Yeah, it's a no.
In his club, if you win the highest goal scorer in the MPFL, you get a car.
Yeah,
it's a normal thing for him.
That is good encouragement. Now I say for some private owned teams, I think they can overextend and maybe 2.5, maybe 3 million and the rest. But it's something we're also going to look at as journalists. Now I say we need a structure so we can know, okay, this is what his person is earning, and then break it down. This is what he's earning per week. This is what he's earning per month. This is what he's earning annually. So we know, okay, yes, per week, this is what you earn from there. But it's something that, as I said, we're still going to get it. But for now, let's just enjoy this ride for now.
Okay, let's enjoy this ride for now. But I mean, professionalism, how key is this to actually boost player welfare, professionalism in the league? Because we always complain about the fact that some of our players leave due to the fact that they don't, or they go to the likes of Tanzania.
Yeah, no, and they don't earn
because they
money
don't earn enough money here. There also talks about the fact that what could be with the financial, or it has financial rewards for these clubs. But let's focus on the player welfare. Now, how much does this help improve professionalism within the league? Retaining of Nigerian talents, which is one of the key things, or one of the things clubs complain about, especially when they go on the continent, and also in a way, in some sense, helping to make the league competitive by retaining these players, by giving them good pay.
Yeah, Henry, you've asked valid question, but the thing is, when I saw this, I was as a matter of fact, we're actually discussing it on the training ground, where I went to play football, my usual sport. And see, the truth is, Alex can come out and say he wants to start paying his employers 2 million, but we've known that this is Nigeria, we've heard these things, and before now. I tell you something, Kwara United this week came out, through one of the medium, saw it online, that they've not received the money that they won during their time at the Federations Cup, the President Federations Cup. They've not, gotten that money. Now you ask yourself, when did Kwara United win the Federations Cup? It's not, last season was, what was Kwara United last season, right? Yeah, the President Federations Cup.
Yeah, they beat
Abakaliki FC. Now, if you count last season up till now, that's a huge money for someone that is a breadwinner to use, And then the next thing we hear, we saw a pop-up that that the player's salary will be capped minimum 2 million naira. And I ask myself, is this feasible, first of all? You have to look at the league. Before now, we don't even know how much does a player earn. is undisclosed. How much was a player bought? If a player gets to leave the MPFL and go to other teams outside the MPFL, we only hear, we don't know how much the player is being sold, how much goes to the league, how much goes to the club, and other things, just the way transfers are being done, outside the shores of Nigeria. We don't know all those, but right now we are seeing 32 million. At some point, Emmanuel Amunike came out to say I think if I get that right, that in the last decades, that Heartland have not made any money from player sale. And you ask yourself, so all the players that Heartland have been selling before now, where does the money go to? So we have a lot to do, not just coming out to say you pay this player 2 million. Yeah. Now, how do you make these players realize that 2 million? A lot of clubs in the MPFL don't have sponsors.
Okay, you're talking about how do they make them realize the 2 million now? Like we are coming to that, and you were talking about it, and there's that question. Okay, you pay, most MPFL clubs have about 30 players registered, 30, 35. Let's just stay with the benchmark of 30. You pay, let's just say we paint the scenario I painted, everybody earns 2 million.
2 times 30.
2 times 30, that's 60 million.
That's 60 million.
In a year, you're talking about 720 million naira. Now, is there any way, because you're talking about the winner of the league going home with 1 billion. So if it was the winner of the league that is paying that means over 70% of their budget to go into salaries, which in some cases, in a lot of these top clubs, you tend to see about 20, 30 or to 40% of their money
revenue
or more
goes into salary.
or 50, even some 60%, especially the very big clubs, go into salaries. But now, how sustainable is it? Because you also have to look at the fact that you mentioned the clubs don't have sponsorship, and also in the prize money, are the teams from 4th to 20 and getting prize money?
What do they get? Because right now we hear the first position, the second position, the third position. Now from 4th down, what do you get? I remember earlier this season, Kun Khalifat almost stopped playing because of funds. So you look at these things, you have to put all these things in place. The league, see, there's no money in the MPFL. At some point, Anas Yusuf, when he was a high school scorer, he was talking about his money. He wasn't, I don't know if he has gotten his money now, but the man spoke about his money. So it shows that the league is crying of sponsors. Yeah, you could come out and on paper, you talk, and yes, you sweet talk people and all that. Yeah, it's fine. It's a welcome development. That's what we want for the league. We want improvement, because if it is feasible, we get to keep hold of our talents. Because in the, I believe that part of the reason, that's for me, I believe that part of the reason why we are not doing well in the MPF, in the CAF Confederations Cup and the CAF Champions League and Continentals, what have you, it's because we are not keeping hold of our best legs. That's number one. Now, how do you keep hold of our best legs? By paying them well. You see players traveling from here with buses down to the north because they don't have sponsors. Most of them don't have sponsors. They're not feasible enough. The salaries you see players complaining have not been paid this, have not been paid that. And most of the MPFL clubs are playing in the MPFL so that they can make money, sell these players and make money for the club. And how many of the clubs take gate fees in the MPFL? A few. Today you hear the governor has thrown open the gate for Susu and Susu matches. You're not helping the team realize money. Maybe because the team is a state-owned team. Now, for private investors, we've seen Kun Khalifa do the same thing when they are towards the end of the season when they were fighting relegation. Most of these teams, especially the lower teams, they don't have club sponsors. Yeah, you could say Ayimba. Ayimba have got sponsors, their shirt sponsors. Rangers have got, but Rivers United, do they have? I've not seen, from the best of my abilities, or knowledge rather, I've not seen. Kun Khalifat, would they? I don't think they have. The newly promoted side, they are struggling. So if you now cap this salary to say 2 million, you have to make it feasible for them. You have to look for a way to make this feasible. If not, after one season, in fact, it will not even last to a season. You see clubs crashing out of the MPFL to tell you we can't continue. Even when the salary cap, they've not capped the salary. Most clubs came out to say we can't play. Because from here going down to the north to play a game, transportation, hotel bills, feeding and all that, at the end of the season, we don't know what the relegated teams go home with. We don't know what the team that survived go home with. Rangers, yeah, they won the league. Rivers United, we don't know what they got for coming second. All we know is that they will represent Nigeria in the CAF Champions League. So we need to start giving account of all these things and see how corporate organizations can come and start sponsoring this club. And how do this club get sponsors? The environment needs to be conducive enough for somebody to go and invest. Because you don't expect me to invest money, huge money, and I'm not getting returns at some point. Yeah, the return might not be instant, but you're looking at, when you're sleeping, you're looking at, I invest money somewhere, and I hope that by so time of the year or so, I'll be expecting returns. There is no platform for this. And you keep watching other leagues and you ask yourself, is it not the same football that these people are playing that we are playing here? Why can't we do these things this way and then make it, and then see how we can better ourselves? Look at Sporting Lagos. Even when they were in the NNL, they have season ticket holders. What's his name? David Alaba's sister flies down from Austria to come watch the Sporting Lagos team because she's a season ticket holder. I have a friend in Lagos. He said when you go to the one of the biggest eateries, when you buy, they give you a Sporting Lagos match ticket as a bonus. So that in your when you are home, you're bored. You know that I have a match ticket somewhere. I could go to the stadium and watch Sporting Lagos. That's a way of promoting your brand. Match day hospitality. Yeah, when you sit, if you can get the VIP ticket, let's say 2,000 or let's say 3,000, you are entitled to a plate of snacks or a bottle of beer or something. This is a way of attracting fans, but we are not doing all those. Instead, we hear, I went to the stadium, this happened, while I was coming, something happened, I went like this, but I'm not coming back the same way. See, these things need to be put in place. It is easy to tell somebody, pay all your staff 2 million naira. But have you sat down to do an inventory and know that, okay, if you can balance your book like this, if you do like this, maybe you can get the 2 million. In the Premier League, we see it, financial fair play rule.
But is that not why they are trying to put certain things in place now, using the Nightcom satellite to actually help these matches to actually be viewed on free to air? Because one of the things that attracts sponsors is visibility, right?
Henry,
you
yes.
get to see these games on TV, and now, so if I'm putting my money into the league, I get to see my brand across 36 states of the federation, and it makes it viable. And also the licensing requirements as regards putting your stadium and all those in check. I mean, is that not part of the step of saying, trying to help these clubs actually gain some sort of feasibility or visibility for
Henry,
the financial purposes at the end of the day?
I believe before you come out and tell us you must pay your staff or your team 2 million naira, you should have you should have gotten all these things in place before you start talking about that. Now you tell a team that is just, let's say, last season three teams shared the Lagos Stadium. I've forgotten the name now. Mobolaji Johnson Arena.
Inter-Lagos,
Sporting Lagos, and Ikorodu City. Now you tell these teams, go and put your...
And 3 of them will be in the MPFL.
3 of them will be in the MPFL. Go and put your stadium in order. These are teams that, most of these teams are struggling teams. You go and, okay, you look for, let's say you take a loan from the bank, you put your stadium together, you're owing the bank. Everything top notch. And then you finish the season, let's say 15th position, you escape relegation. How much am I taking home? I have the back of a mind, I need to pay the players. I know
but Benjamin,
I'm coming, Henry.
They will do their part. Okay,
let me finish.
Just
I know a team owner. He said he was happy that his team was relegated. That he spent over 150 million for players' welfare, feeding, accommodation, traveling, whatever, salary,
for the full season more than that. He spends more than that. So you look at it. So I feel that yes, you've come out to say these things. Good and fine. We are happy for it. We are applauding you. But I feel it's not good enough until this thing is feasible. Because we know, see, why we are talking about this, we know our country. People have come to say things, and time to do it. We've not seen them do it. So that is why we are here deliberating. If not, if we are in a country where there's something they call talk and do. They talk and they do. We'll not be sitting down deliberating. We'll say, it's a welcome development. This is what we have been waiting for. But because we've seen these things not happen before, that is why we are scared. Because you can do it for 1 month. The second month, club will start running out to tell you, we don't have money. It's not feasible. It's not this. The only people that will benefit from this is the the people that are playing in the Continentals. Because dollars will be rolling into their accounts. Because they are playing the Continental. How about those that are not playing the Continental? So for me, it's good and fine. They've said this. The NSA have come out to say this. But they should look for a way to make it feasible for everybody. So at the end of the day, I will not be running loss because I want to meet up to the standard of what the NSC wants for me to run a club.
Okay, well, how feasible it is, or is it, to actually keep these players or pay that salary of about 2 million a month for the clubs, or the things being imposed on the clubs? But Victor, let me come over to you. The club licensing, the Nightcom satellites, free to air, and I mean, they did talk about some other things about reliable backup power systems, standard floodlights, upgraded match day facilities in their stadiums. This is not the first time I've seen this actually made as mandatory, will you say, requirements. We also, the MPFL board and LMC put this in place. By the end of the day, all this were flaunted. Now, do you think there will be any difference with the NSA actually coming up with these requirements? Do you think now with all this 1 billion, 2 million, 500 million, 300 million and all these requirements that they are actually serious this time, and we'll see them being hard and harsh as regards that one, as regards this new or these changes being put in place?
I don't think we will see something different. I think this is just I feel this is just the old story being rebranded, being packaged again and still brought back to us. Because it's one thing for someone to say something and another thing to implement it. I think at some point last season, we talked about the fact that yes, they were bringing new equipments to referees. Were going to get these. We will see maybe the first use of VR here in the league and all that, but it didn't come to pass. And we talked about so many things, so many frailties when we talk about the league, when we talk about Nigerian football as a whole, where we had where we had top goal scorers having a dispute because of the provision of the golden boots not being enough and all that. So all these things coming out, I feel this is just the same thing being rebranded, the same stories being brought back again to come and talk about. See, if you want to do something, even if you don't, maybe what you want to do is you reeled out 10 things to do. Let it be that instead of coming out to give us 10 promises, just bring one promise and stand by that one promise and do that same thing. Because coming into the next season, the winner will get 1 billion, the second place gets 600 million. But at the end, maybe 2 seasons later, the winner of the previous season is still struggling to get the prize money. I think that's not what we want to see in the league. If the winner is getting 200 million and you don't come out to explain it or come out to say it like maybe like a politician giving us promises of what he wants to do. If you just do it, believe me, the league will get that credibility. So for what the NSA is coming to say, for me, I want to believe that this is the same story. Until one of those promises are being implemented, I want to always believe that when these men come out to say these things, it's just the story being rebranded, being packaged back to come and tell us the same thing. Let's start just as what Benjamin said. These are all stories and stories and stories. The league has gotten to a stage where we are supposed to get that packaging. We're supposed to get our stadiums are supposed to be packed full with supporters. Because if imagine going to an E3 and getting rewarded with a season with a season ticket, you understand that even when you don't want to go to watch those games, you remember that, oh, you have this, you want to go there. But it's not a case where you don't even. Some people go to watch games due to the motivation they get from others. Maybe, for instance, now Alex gets to tell us that, oh, he wants to go and see this Rivers United game. Maybe we never had intention of going there, but for the fact that yes, he said he wants to go there, I'll be like, let me just follow him and go there. Let's go and watch the game. So, but if maybe Alex comes and says yes, he would have loved to go, but he doesn't have a ticket, I would be like, if you that stays in River State cannot get a ticket, what's the essence of me coming all the way from maybe Delta States to come and join? No. I feel these are the things that we are supposed to do. We are supposed to liaise with different companies. I feel that even the ownership of several clubs in the MPFL, we are supposed to even give it to private companies. Imagine a private company that owns maybe a beverage company. Maybe if you go to patronize them, they also have shares in some of these clubs. They give you these season tickets when you patronize them, and you use that to watch most of the games. We actually, while patronizing the company, you are still trying to support the Nigerian football, because imagine going to buy, you didn't even plan to go and watch a game, you just go to buy something and you get those tickets. You can't throw it away. You might not want to go, but there must be someone you're giving that ticket to that is going to watch that game. Either ways, we are building the league, not just these stories where we come out to say this is what we want to do, or maybe this is the requirement before you own a club, this is the requirement before you get a stadium. But at the end, all these things will be swept under the carpet. So I think let's quit the talk and start doing these things. Let's start implementing these things. We might not implement everything on the list, but let's start from the top. Let's start doing it one by one. Let's not just believe in, oh, this season we want to do this, we are bringing this, we will bring this. But by the end of the season, we look at the list. Did we achieve any? The answer is no. And that does not add credibility to our leagues. That does not, because people want to believe what they are seeing. If you say that, oh, when we are coming in and by next season every game will be televised, we want to believe that. When the season starts, we want to see those games being televised. We don't want to hear cases of, oh, this particular game will not be televised because of this, because of that. No, if it goes on and on, people lose interest in it. Imagine going to a viewing center now. I want to watch Rivers United take on Enyimba, and when I get there, they said, oh, the game is not being televised on this particular station, and tomorrow I will not want to go there again, even if it's maybe a title decider. So whatever we are doing in the league, whatever we are doing in anything that has to do with Nigerian football, we just need to start acting rather than talking. The action must be seen. The action, we can attract lots of people, lots of investors, lots of people that, even those that don't have interest. Some people get attracted to something because they see the majority want to do it. There are people that go to watch games because they just see people going to watch match. If Nigeria was to be in this World Cup, there will be some people that will just go there, not because they have interest in watching that game, but because they believe that people are doing this thing. Oh, the crowd is doing this. Take, for instance, maybe something happens and maybe like when Arsenal were gunning for the title, people were posting Arsenal. Actually, when they lost that game to Bournemouth, people were posting that, oh, they've bottled it. Even people that never knew football were resharing it because they felt the multitude were doing it. So let's just join it. So, but if you see the multitude, every weekend we are going to the Adoke and Messimaka to watch games.
Just to add to that, because I think it's funny that you should say that. I had a friend who is not really a football watcher come out to our watch party over there at Amora. And right now, this boy is posting back-to-back PSG, and I'm like, you experienced Paris Saint-Germain win the Champions League. So Victor has a very, very valid point there when he talks about influence of others and how they are able to drag other people to the game. Imagine someone who was not even a football fan, but he's just going to be available. So as Benjamin rightly said, you put yourselves out there, you market the clubs even better, and it's going to be much more profitable, not just for the club, but for the entire league.
Okay, so let me come over to your stick with you, Alex, as regards this one. Now, you put the 1 billion sponsorship no day. First off, will they be able to meet up between now and May? Because we have till May to actually get sponsors on ground to provide. At least we're talking about 1.8 billion naira, which some will say is actually feasible to actually raise that. But
Yeah.
the problem of is the product attractive enough to actually make the
Makes
sponsors
sense, yeah.
bring out that
That's
money
for the league,
Yeah, and do you think it was foolhardy of the NSC to actually announce the fact that this would be the prize money before even having the sponsors on ground?
That's an interesting one, Henry, because I think I would want to agree with your point, or I would want to say yes, I will be on the positive side of that question if it has to do with finalizing a plan. Listen, Henry, you don't come out and announce something that has not been fully set. It makes you look like it makes you look like the wrong person, or should I say the person who has no idea or who had no real know about of the situation, when at the end of the day you have to come back on national TV and change your words and say, oh, okay, this is no longer feasible, this is not possible, so we are taking it back. That is one. Two, they might not even do that. To save face, the only thing you would hear about it is, as Benjamin said, CAF Confederation, I said CAF Confederation, President's Cup winners for 2025. Still, there's been talks about them not getting that prize money. So that's the only thing you'd end up hearing at the end of the day. You just keep hearing, they've not been paid, we've not been paid, and it just sounds like it's story after story. And then you're asking yourself, how true are these sources? Now it's a verdict, or it's a matter of my word versus yours. It's a matter of, okay, it's me as the board or the spokesperson of the NSC versus the players and the club or the establishment themselves coming out to say, yes, this was the amount you said we were going to earn, but this is not what we earned at the end of the day. How possible is it going to be, Henry? How feasible is it going to be when you're talking about these teams getting that prize money at the end of the MPFL season, and then they don't get it? So I just think you do not come out with an announcement when there is no detailed plan. So I think there are two things to this, Henry. One, I think they do have backup plans. They do have plans, because obviously the intent is there. I don't know if I'll call it the intent, Henry. I don't know if I'll call it the intent, because there are some things you do just to show face or to save face, where you come out and be like, okay, I promise this, I promise that, and everybody's like, oh, this person is intentional about the league or the quality of the league. He wants the standard to go up. He wants the players to compete better, healthy competition and all of that, because the stakes are now higher. But at the same time, you could just be saying things, as everybody, every single analyst right now in the room has pointed out the fact that we do have a history of one or two scrupulous scandals in these dealings, and it makes it very difficult to trust. If somebody has done you dirty, so to say, Henry, once, twice, three times, and he comes up with an offer yet again, how much trust are you going to have in that person? I think that's the situation here. We are right to be skeptical of them. Yes, there's intent, which at the same time, I'm questioning the intent. I'm saying, is it just a show, a flexing of the muscle when there's really nothing behind it? Or is it an actual plan? Is there a detailed plan behind it? You spoke about sponsors. They have none. Do you have a plan for sponsorship deals before coming out to put those announcements on board. I started the show by taking us back a year ago when it was not particularly the VAR that was said to be implemented, but they made mention of, what was that again? The buses. The name skips my mind, my memory at the moment, Henry. The buses that we were supposed to use to be able to review. Yeah, to be able to review a play, like to step in place of the VAR, and the cost alone. We sat here. I can remember very, very vividly. We sat here at the conclusion of last season, and we were talking about how much sponsorship deals can we get for this to be implemented, and that would have been a huge selling point. That would have been a huge selling point. When teams are coming to play CAF Champions League, the likes of Rivers United, who played versus RS Berkane and the rest of them, I mean, you're able to stand out. You're able to show that, okay, yes, we do have the qualities. This is not going to be some lower division thing where most lower divisions do not have VAR. So you've already been able to promote the league in some ways and say that, okay, yes, we have the facilities capable of producing that. But anyway, that did not come to fruition. So it just begs the question of unanswered promises. Yes, reports. Yes, official statements. Yes, we've heard this, we've heard that. How many of them can they be implemented? How many of them can they beat their chest and say, okay, no matter what happens, this is going to take effect next season? That's the question at the end of the day. So if you do not have a plan, then Henry, I must say it is very, very untoward of them to be able to come out, announce a new prize money for the MPFL champion of next season, get not only the players but the fans, the media, all buzzing and saying, okay, yes, this is definitely a step. Go ahead to also announce an increment in salary cap of every single player. And everybody's like, okay, this is a step in the right direction. And as Benjamin mentioned, because I mirror Benjamin's thoughts very, very precise, everything he said about the MPFL as a whole and how they are able to make these promises and at the end of the day they don't deliver on them. If it were other leagues, everybody would sit here and say it's a nice development. How can we add to this, or how do we build on this? But just the fact that it is the MPFL, just the fact that it is still the matter of the NSC, still the matter of the governing bodies running it, and you're asking yourself, how plausible is this going to be at the end of the day? How doable is it? Are you going to be able to keep that structure? Henry, it is not just 1 billion for the champion. They said 500 for runners up. They said 300 for the third. I think I had this discussion with Somto where he was like, it would have been even better to spread that money across. We took a look at what the Premier League earnings for the season were, Henry. Who was that thing? Was it 14th place Fulham? We made reference with a Premier League side who at the end of their season made more money from finishing just around mid-table.
I think it's...
They made more money. They made more money than Barcelona.
Yes.
I think the champions of La Liga.
I think it was Burnley that made more money than Barcelona. 140 something. I saw. Burnley and Wolves made more money than the champions, or got more money from finishing bottom of the Premier League than the champions of the Serie A got from winning the Serie A. That is Inter Milan.
If we were to start from the top of the Premier League, Arsenal, who got about 350, runners up Manchester City 270. Henry, the gap between first to sixth in terms of the money you earn for finishing there, we are excluding European competitions. We are excluding what you get from the Champions League, excluding sponsorship deals. We are excluding whatever partnership or anything else that is used to generate in terms of revenue for the club. We are just talking strictly on a league format, a league basis, from the eventual champions of the Premier League to the sixth place team who made the sixth place team make the Champions League. No, I think it was 5. Was it 6?
No, the top 5 made the Champions League.
The top 5 made the Champions League this season.
6 and 7 for Europa League.
And 7 went to Europa League. So from that first to the 5th, which is the last Champions League slot, just for Premier League earnings, from 300 or from 350, you have your way down to about 220. So the MPFL just simply saying we are giving 1 billion, 500 million, and what was the last figure? 200 or 300 million consecutively to first, second, and third. I mean, what happens to the rest of them? What happens to these people who are coming into the Premier League, the MPFL next season, and they are not going to be able to compete financially? They are not going to be able to throw their weight around like the rest of the big horses in the league. What happens to them? Are you considering them? Is there are they even being looked at? Are they being viewed to give them that sort of comfort or leverage of saying, okay, welcome to the league, take this for coming to the there's a reason why promotion is being celebrated. There's a huge reason why promotion
financially
it's a huge boost. It's a huge boost. Some persons who did not have the funds to operate would come into the league, and because of the fact that they are in the league, you'd see excellent renovations. We could talk on and on about the renovations done to different Premier League clubs if we were to use the standard, because that is probably the best league in the world.
Bournemouth are actually renovating extending their stadiums
for
because
Champions League football.
They're going to be playing in Champions League.
Or is it Europa League? Okay, yes, they dropped to Europa
League.
They're going to play in Europe next season. So it should be a thing of pride, Henry. It should be a thing where you're like, okay, we are an MPFL team. This is what we earn. This is what we get for being in for getting or working our way to the MPFL team. You have to strive from the lower divisions up to the NNL and then make your way down to the MPFL. Make your way up to the MPFL, pardon me. And it just seems like it is taken for granted. It just seems like it is just you competing and not being rewarded. Look at the celebrations from different leagues all over. I had the opportunity, the last league that was still yet to conclude its relegated teams, I think that was the La Liga 2, where the last spot was clinched by Malaga against Almeria. And Henry, if you see the celebrations on the pitch, the tears and everything, if I have not watched the relegation match before, I'd be wondering, what are these guys playing for? Like, what did they win the most important trophy of their career? But no, it's a guarantee of playing top football for one season. It's a guarantee of advertising yourself on the top basis, and it's of course excessive flow of income. Particularly if you go on to do even better in the league. Look at Sunderland. Sunderland are headed to Europe a year after being promoted. So bring that back to the leagues, Henry. I mean, they could do better in terms of dispersing the figures or the funds that have been approved.
Yeah.
Because in total, from 1 billion to 500 to 200, or the numbers you've called there, that's about a good almost 2 billion that could be spread across the rest of the league. Instead of just handing it over to just 3 teams and saying, okay, you did well.
Okay,
What happens to the
you
rest
spread
of
2
the
billion
league?
across the league, then it goes around 200 million. At least that helps to cushion certain things.
Yes, definitely. The teams that are going to relegation will say, no problem. We did our best. We are collecting our money and we are planning on reinvesting and coming back to it. Not everybody is going to be a Bielsa United who have the structure. They've invested heavily into it. Which is why I will always say the governor was right to do what he did, to disband and dissolve the members and everything about the club. It's almost like rebuilding from scratch. So when you've invested heavily and you're met with no success, then it just feels like a pattern, and it feels like a very, very awkward and disgraceful pattern. So you can understand when Victor calls for these clubs to be owned by private institutions, and you can definitely understand why it looks like the MPFL is not performing at the level where we are expected to be right now, given the happenings in recent years.
Okay, 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. Phone line is open for you to call in and air your thoughts on everything we have been discussing. That's as regards the new changes in the MPFL, the prize money increments, the increments in salary, and also the new club licensing regulations, and the fact they said they will be strict on sanctions and crowd violence and all that stuff. We'll get to talk more about it, but let's head over to the phone lines first. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, this sounds like Ugbuna. Please go ahead.
Sorry very much. I think I've just listened to the few last slides of this club, but I think they are doing it wrong. Because
Okay.
ordinarily, at the beginning of the season, people should just get something for starting off the season, particularly for the new sides that have qualified. There should be an incentive so you don't still keep living like you are still in the lower division.
Yeah.
Let them, I don't know how they get to this decision. If not for anything, you can just browse what other developing leagues are doing and just copy and paste. You don't need to come up with one also obsolete thing or something that will not even help in developing your league just because you want to come out with a new innovation. Who says you can't copy others and reference where you copied it from? So it works very well. At times you look at the league, Nigerian league, when you see our club size go and compete with other clubs at the level of the continent, you see that difference in terms of play, in terms of their technical ability. You just see that the gap are so wide. That is because certain things are getting wrong. They should just go back to the drawing table. A few years back, when the likes of Enyimba won league, even then it was bad, but it was not as bad as it is now. Then Enyimba was playing well, other Nigerian clubs are doing well, but now we are just mediocre at the level of the continent. It calls for a very serious attention to be paid to these areas. They should do things the right way. Look at Morocco. Everybody is enjoying Morocco football, want to be like them, or they want to. It's a conscious effort. You can do better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there, Ugbonna. Hello, caller, good afternoon or good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening,
I know the
Kabelo Barry.
guys, Kabelo Barry.
Yeah, please go ahead.
This is our Nigeria issue again. Say they want to pay 1 billion naira to the winner. This one Africa. I call them audio. So then they say they want to make all the players earn 2 million. Which people will go pay the money? Not the state government now get those clubs. So now every state waiting for this country, most of the states for this country, their workers they cry. So they don't see money to pay their workers. Then from where they go, they get to 2 million, they pay like 30 players or 25 players every month. See, these people, they think say as the election don't come, they want to come do their own campaign for football. This is way they do for us, way they do us for this country, the people where they run our football, they do good. Because, if we just sit down, anytime where they say you don't lack something to talk, you will just come mouth, open mouth, talk with no make sense. Say you want, from where? From where? Okay, like I say, if Ekiti State now come to Nigeria Premier League, you will expect Ekiti State now will come pay 2 million naira to about 30 players every month. Why these people they use as they pay for this country as if then they talk to people we don't get anything, we don't get sense. Okay, just look at our stadium. This morning I used to go to Lekaya Stadium. So the match where they say something where they eat for stadium for like 4 matches days. You day for stadium they dirty, everything they dirty. How you will take sweet person, make person go stadium go watch. See, our organization for this country, not the only thing we will do make Nigeria football they go now. Any day where they say the 20 country or 10, 5 now private people. You see all this thing we will talk, it will work sharp. But once as government they run this our football, you see all this talk, all this one then they talk and based on say they want contest election. They know they talk and based on say they want to do this thing. Because they want to be like, even though when people win now, then we still complain say they never see that money. So if they don't know what to talk, make them talk another thing. Because this one where they talk me, I never can say true talk, then they talk. So because this one it not will work. Make them find another thing tell us.
Okay, thank you so much, Kabelo Barry. Hello, caller, good evening.
Yeah, good evening to all you all there. I'm Selewes.
Good evening, hello, it's great to have you.
Yeah, I was listening to you carefully, and I discovered that there is National Sports Commission that is announcing the amount they want to pay in the Nigerian League.
Yes.
I start wondering what concerns government into if it's where proper league is being run. The person who
Okay, Salawes, it looks like we lost you there. Do well to try again. The phone line still very much open. 0810-9510951. 0810-9510951. For the SMS and WhatsApp also, the number is 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. So that's for the SMS and WhatsApp portal. Hello, good evening. Okay, Chima, please go ahead and please speak up.
Chinda,
Okay, Chinda, and please go ahead.
I said, from my own opinion, people will, every time they will be talking audio money. The money will be all fed before it becomes reality. You understand? No money they will give you today that they will not say it, oh boy, can't take 20 million. Then it will materialize. So they should stop saying that audio money. They don't know that audio money will become reality tomorrow. And secondly, please, NFF, or I don't know the people in charge of our football, our local league in Nigeria, they should try and do more. And especially the refs are the people destroying Nigerian football. The refs will collect money from home teams to make them win. How do you think our football will come up? It is difficult. So they should adopt the style of this presidential cup, or what they call it. I don't know the name.
President's Federation's Cup.
Yeah, they should adopt that pattern so that our league will pick up first.
Okay.
I'm coming. Let me finish.
Okay.
Adopt that pattern. No home team. No home team. Bayelsa United and Rivers United, they should go to Akwa Ibom and play. Akwa United and Bayelsa United, they should come to Rivers State and play. Enyimba and Enyimba, they should stop home team. That home team, they should stop it first. And secondly, Nigeria is not easy. Our league cannot stand because anybody that just start playing good football, they will go to Europe, they will go to Asia, they will go to South America and North America. So how can the league stand? My brother, it's difficult. So we should stop castigating the league and let's reform. Even your family, if you cannot reform your family, you cannot stand it. Reform is an essential thing. Every aspect of our this thing in Nigeria, reform. The hospital,
Okay.
Every aspect of our life needs reform.
Okay. Thank you so much for your thoughts, dear Chinda. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Yeah, sorry, the network knocked me off.
Okay, yeah. Please go ahead, Celeste.
Yeah. So if it's where a proper league is run, the person who should be hearing the voice is the management of the Premier League here, or NFA, or NFF, because they run football. So I'm not doubting about the 1 point something they want to bring or this, almost 2 billion. If they share it, maybe 100 million. I think we'll have 20 clubs. But what I'm trying to put here is,
there's still the question. Celeste, quickly before you continue, there's still the 1.8 billion is for first to third, according to what we are told.
No. If it's being shared around,
okay.
we just say,
Okay.
Yes, maybe each will get maybe about 200 million. Yeah. But they won't do that now. They won't do that. The people who blame so much is the owners of clubs. Now you are entering into the league. He won't tell you that you don't understand the league before you enter, before you invest your money. So what I think they should be doing is to try to get players they can sell and make money for themselves, for the club, and for themselves. Maybe if you get a good, talented player, he plays for your club, then you look for what do they call those people? The people that look for talent. People that look for talent to export abroad. Agents.
Scouts and agents.
If you have a good agent, even if Egypt here is going to play, or South Africa, they will pay you in dollars. And if they find the guy for maybe $50,000, change it to naira, money will be full. It's even more than 150 million. The guy said is invested. 100,000 is about 150 million. So they should be looking at grooming talent, sell and make money. And if NFF or our Premier League, if they want to fumble, if I want to invest my money in the club now, I will invest my money, get good boys, young boys, talented boys, that I will be aiming abroad. If they play very well in the league, then agents will look for them, or have somebody abroad that will come and watch them and buy them over there. They pay you your money. So even though they don't share the 150, they are giving the first, second, third, even though you are taking a middle table, you don't care because you are making your money. You are recovering the money you've invested in the league. So that is what I want to advise those who have private people that have clubs. They should leave NFF and NFA or whatever they call them, Premier League. They should focus on recovering their money they invested. If they go into football, hire talent, play very well, he look for how to buy them abroad. He make your money. If he can sell 2 players in a year, maybe about $100,000. It's about 150 million more than.
Yeah.
So if he invested 100 million, you would recover their money.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts, dear Seller West. And this one from the SMS portal says, gentlemen, ideally the NFA, or you meant NFF's new wage package, would have been okay. However, I do not know how this would work. Presently, players in most clubs complain of irregular payments and delays. How would they raise the money in a league that is barely watched and also without major sponsors? By the way, how much does the NFF pay clubs for participating outside the prize of winning for the winning teams? Many clubs will close shop, and that's from Kanu texting that one. Hello, caller.
Yeah, I call back Kabulubari.
Okay, Kabulubari, please go ahead.
Some people say because now me always talk saying audio money, and why I talk saying audio money because last every cup wey dem play last season up till now they never pay. So everything you want call that one, no be audio money na be that, no be audio talk na be that. See, some people wey they never go stadium go watch ball, they don't know the risks to go stadium go watch ball. Then when you go, you know see something wey you like, then you come back out. I don't use my last money when I'm supposed to use to take go stadium go watch ball. So yeah, they support the team. But when you reach there, the organization and everything, it keep person joy. So why person no talk say anything wey dem do na audio money? How you expect say okay as Rivers United dey now, na government dey run am. How many organization wey dey under government and Rivers State government wey dem dey form money put inside, then come at Rivers United, then maybe dem get like 30 players, we dey pay them 2 million every week, be every month. So how you think say e go work out? Wey be say sponsor no dey. Okay, which sponsor wey dem put out? Say okay, see how we go bring the money, where we go bring the money, then take do all those things. And you know see sponsor, and then they talk of 2 million. Okay, now England now they don't bring their own timetable for next season. Where Nigeria League, where it own day, which today now 27. By now we never know how our league will take start next season. And when people they talk, they say people they discriminate, people they talk bad against it. Why you know we talk bad against something where you say you don't spend your time, say make you support, especially better will come out, then better no come out. How you want to do that kind of thing? The country and the people where they run our football, they are still our problem. And still talk and I will still repeat it. Any day we individual, let me say private people, don't run Nigeria football as then they do for South Africa and other countries. Now from that day, now you see this Nigeria league, everything will work out like water where they just pour on top cement. It will just go flow. But when this government, they own all this our club for all the states, because some say they will say, I want to represent myself, make I just go there. Anyhow we be, they will say, this state is paid for Nigeria league. So how it is all this kind of thing? It not will work until private people don't take over this our league. Now they say all this cry, where will they cry? We will work out. If not, even they say now this government where they run our football, maybe say when you're supposed to do something, you will do that and say make you first go see a governor, make him tell you to do this thing. If you want to go try player, you go first go meet governor. You first go write paper. Make them go meet this one, say you want to find this paper. But my brother, you know go work. Only when you go work, and say private people person where they put their own money, you go not say yes, this thing when I they do. Now my own profit, now my profit will come, enter my hand. Now that time where you go see seriousness, and I pray, even though na 5 club, make it be private people, now you go run am. If not, if they say, even though na 30, then na government they run am, you not go anywhere. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts, dear Kabulubari. And yeah, we've been talking about the NPFL. It's time for us to head over to talk about the Super Eagles of Nigeria. We'll be having a commercial break at the bottom of the hour, but let's talk about the Super Eagles before we go on that break and come back and still talk about the Super Eagles of Nigeria again. And yes, let's head over to the Super Eagles of Nigeria, where head coach Eric Shell has reached an agreement on a new contract with the Nigerian Football Federation. The man will reportedly earn $100,000 now. Yes, $100,000 monthly now. Rise, a significant rise from his $50,000 a month. And his assistants will be catered for by the NFF as well. So his assistants, their salary is not in that $100,000. So let's get to hear from Malam Shehu Diko, the Director General of the chairman, beg your pardon, of the NSC, as he was talking about Shell's extension.
New contract and the new remuneration, which I think the NFL will do the necessary to now be able to finalize it. But at least I can confirm to you, we have agreed a new terms, I can say fact sheet with the coach, and when the NFL will put it on the paper, but at least we have agreed something with the coach about his new remuneration. So we are going to increase his money. We're gonna also take care of his assistants that are helping him. There are other benchmarks that we have put on the table. And I'm sure the coach was very, very excited about it. So that has been put out of the way, NFL will deal with the rest.
Yes, that is Shehu Diko, the chairman of the National Sports Commission, actually saying terms have been reached. So it's down, or it's up to the NFF now to now put things on paper. Then NFF, Shell, his agent, they come, they sign. Diko is also there, they hold shirt. Shell continues for the next 2, 3, 4 years. We don't know what the length of the contract will be, but they say terms have been reached, and definitely terms have been reached. The man's contract was set to expire by December this year, actually. So, he will be the Super Eagles coach for the foreseeable future, probably, definitely by the next African Cup of Nations, barring us not qualifying, maybe, if you look at it. But I don't see how that's going to happen in a group that has Tanzania and Madagascar in it. But we have to go pay some bills. When we come back, we'll still talk about the Super Eagles of Nigeria and Coach Eric Shell. So do not go anywhere to this Sports Live. We'll be right back after this commercial.
Limited. We produce polypropylene branded nylon bags for companies and market use.
Oh yes, are you into rice production and packaging of all kinds? Our PP polypropylene bags is specially made for you. Bentoni Bags Limited. We produce top-notch branded bags, nylon for companies' use. Whatever business you are doing, you need our bags for packaging and easy movement. Our products are shopping sacks, agro sacks, nylon, twine, nail sacks, and general PP woven sacks. Locate us at plot in 23 Harbour Industrial Layout, Atani Road, Onisha, behind the former Paul Mike Sports Stadium, Onisha. Our contact phone numbers are 0913-966-3639 or 0813-928-4850.
Bentoni Bags Limited.
Bentoni Bags Limited. Originality is our name.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Yes, welcome back to the show. This is Today's Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM. Still listening to the voice of Henry Ogugo. I have Victor Israel, Alex Kabari, and Benjamin Mina here with me in the studio. Ovia Wallace is here as well. And before we went on that break, we were talking about the fact that Eric Shell it has been confirmed that the man will be extending his contract and will be earning $100,000 a month as the Super Eagles coach from now on. But it was also confirmed by Shehu Diko himself as well that the man will be put in charge of the under-23 national team as well as being coach of the Super Eagles. Somewhere, according to the statement, it's about helping young players and creating a pipeline to actually help integration of players and make sure there's that conduit or proper transition of players from the youth setup into the Super Eagles of Nigeria. But Alex, let me come. Alex, let me start with Victor on this one. Victor, let me come over to you and start with you on this one. I mean, while I mentioned about how were not at the World Cup, and how South Africa crossed the group for the first time. Cape Verde went unbeaten, and we would have done more.
7 out of 10.
10
with
African
two.
with two potentially
With two
qualified.
potentially,
At least we'll have about
Algeria
8
and
teams.
Congo.
Most likely we'll have about 8
Only
teams.
one came back so far, Tunisia.
But you're lamenting like Nigeria would have with Lukman and Osimhen, but I mean that's in the past now. But Shell, the man's contract being renewed, step in the right direction. Do you feel for the first time in a long while you are agreeing with what the NSC and NFF are doing as regards to Super Eagles of Nigeria?
Yes, this is the very first time I think we are on the same page because before now we talked about the fact that we might be seeing a case that since he failed to qualify Nigeria for the World Cup, the man is showed the exit door. But I think this decision is a very, very good one because the deed has already been done. We are not at the World Cup, and we've seen that yes, this World Cup has shown that yes, we would have done remarkable things here in the World Cup, but that has not been the case. But let's look ahead. The 2030 World Cup is coming, and the AFCON is also approaching. I think from now till next World Cup, to announce our status as the giant of Africa, we should be dominating the next tournaments that come. The AFCON, we should be, if possible, if there are up to 2 AFCON tournaments before the next World Cup, we should be winning it, so that when we are going to the next World Cup, if not just the African counterparts will feel our weight, but also the European giants will understand that yes, there is a reason why Nigeria is called the giant of Africa. But I think Eric Chair, what the man promises to do with this Super Eagles squad is very, very promising, because if you look at the pattern of play, none of us believe that we could play the kind of football we played against the likes of Poland and Portugal. It shows that yes, there is a breath of fresh air in the man's tactics and everything, because we no longer play those dogged football of Jose Pesero, or play the confused football of Finidi George, or play the I feel the uncertain football of Guavon. You just understand that he just puts the team there. You just no disrespect to this man, but I've never been a fan of the Super Eagles football, but I got to see certain football that in local palace they pain for eye. At some point, Finidi George was asked the question, what tactics? He said, you just react. When you get onto the pitch, you just react. So I remember that day we played football, the Today FM team, we played the football against another sister station. We remember we didn't just react, we all had positions. And I believe, Henry, you were there as one of the tacticians of that team. You all gave instructions. Everybody understood their particular position. But for a gaffer to come out to say you just need to react, it means that the it's what you call being in the trenches. See, even some coaches, good coaches, they trenches too now. If you put Ovie in the trenches to manage a team, he can do a good job. So for him to say that a manager that has the as one of the best CV when you talk about the MPFL, winning the MPFL, he is a big name coach then here in the MPFL. So for what he did in his short stint as the Super Eagles manager, I would say it was very, very bad. So Eric Chair came when he came, and it was too late already. But with what Eric Chair is playing, I watched the game against Poland. There were times when the Super Eagles held the ball and a European team were struggling to get the ball. It shows that we can actually go head to head with this Portugal that played against.
We played Portugal. They beat us with the 2-1.
No. I don't want to.
And we didn't even have the full complement of us.
That's it. If let's assume the Super Eagles qualify for the World Cup, the likes of Osimhen, Lukman that we didn't have for most of those games would have been available. Everyone will have the full house to play those games. So we won't play what was it Cape Verde that played against Portugal? They played that. Congo that played that goal. Is it goalless? I mean, one or draw. There were times when Portugal were just coming out. You just understood that Congo were just trying to sit back. With what Eric Chell is playing, there would have been times when the ball possession would have shifted hands. You would have seen the Portuguese trying to get the ball when the Super Eagles would have kept. we played against Congo the second half when Victor Osimhen left the pitch. We were confused. Even we that were here in the studio watching that game, we were just praying for the time for the game to end, because it was like, if there is time, this Congolese team will hurt the Super Eagles. So I feel Chell is growing into this team. The longer he stays with this team, the better for this team, because he will get to know this team properly. He will get to implement his structure. We saw him during his time at Mali. Mali could score 4 goals. That is the level of players we do have, because you have a CAF best player, former CAF best players in Ademola Lookman and also Victor Osimhen. You also have players that start Champions League games. You look at the South African team. How many of those players are in the Premier League? You can just say maybe one. That's the man that plays for. He's also relegated self. So you see. But you look at the Super Eagles. Our players are not. We don't talk about our players playing in European League. We talk about our players winning leagues, winning their competitions. We even have a player that cannot make the squad. Kelechi Iheanacho winning the Scottish League. So you see the level. The level we are is a level that we are supposed to be making the AFCON a farmers competition. We are supposed to be dominating that competition. Then when we go to the World Cup, what the likes of Morocco are doing, that is what we are supposed to be doing. Imagine not being at the World Cup, but in FIFA ranking, we are going ahead.
We're 24th, yeah.
We are 20. So imagine not being at the World Cup, yet you are moving ahead than the teams that went there. Look at what Tunisia went there to do. And I'm like, when I looked at their qualifiers group, I was like, if you put Super Eagles here, at least would have been at that World Cup, because they had the likes of Liberia, Namibia, Sao Tome and Principe, and Equatorial Guinea. At least I know that maybe Eguavon, they didn't do really well, but they would have gotten result against we had Zimbabwe, we had South Africa.
You literally had almost the same sort of group.
No. You see, South Africa beats everybody in that group. That's the truth. They will beat Namibia, they will beat Liberia. But if you're talking about Africa, you could say that South Africa is maybe in top 5. But you look at the quality that Tunisia faced, they were not up to par. But I'm not trying to water down what Tunisia did before getting to that stage. But they showed that yes, they don't belong to the big boys, because see what Cape Verde are doing, see what Congo are doing. I never gave Congo a chance. I could make a case for Morocco, because being 6th in the world is no mean feat. So for what Morocco are doing, I'm not surprised. Maybe I could also put Senegal in the mix there. Senegal could fly the flag of Africa very well. You look at Ivory Coast, they are one of the best when it comes to Africa, and they are showing that. But for Cape Verde and Congo, I never presumed they will be there. For Egypt, I just felt like if Salah is not caged, then they can get something. But if Salah cannot find his feet there, then they will come back very early. But they are showing that you don't even need Salah alone. You see everyone trying to defend and put up good performance. So for Eric Chell, this is a step in the right direction. For the very first time, we all can say that the NFF and NSC, we are all on the same page at this time. But I don't want to see breaking news tomorrow where they come out to say the money they have agreed to pay the man, that he's being owed 6 months, 3 months, because that is the case with
There's
Nigeria.
about $1.2 million a year. So if we can't pay $1.2 million a year, what are we joking, or what are we joking about?
No, see, it won't come as a surprise. It won't come as, because we've seen it a lot. We might get to stay here and we hear that in the next 6 months he's being owed, and that makes the man to get tempted by one small club in the Tanzanian league coming to poach the gaffer of the giant of Africa. So let's not get breaking news like that. But for now, a step in the right direction.
Okay, now, Ovie, there are a lot of question marks. I'm going to put like 3 questions in one for you here now. First off, Mr. Garba Lawal, if you watched the Super Eagles in the days, remember Garba Lawal. I can never forget the commentator saying Mr. Garba Lawal. I mean, that was during the 2006 AFCON. He scored against Senegal in the third place, and in the you know where the notes who scored, it was Mr. Garba Lawal that was actually put there. It was actually very funny. He's a good boy. He was a good boy when he was playing. But he talked about the fact that can this salary be sustained? That's one question. 50,000 we struggle to pay, for 12,000 we struggle to pay. Can it be sustained? Is it sustainable? Although it feels quite shameful saying that about a country like Nigeria, if you can sustain paying a coach $1.2 million a year. Number two, the man has been made head coach of the under-23s. Is that a distraction, or do you think it's actually a proper or right decision in, will you say, fast tracking, or giving a lot of fringe players who could be on the fringe, or players who could be on the fringes, a chance for the man to actually get a closer look at them? I mean, if it wasn't for injuries, Bewene and Christian Akpan wouldn't have been in the squad against Poland or Portugal. But you could use the under-23s to actually get a look at them and see what they have to offer. So is that the case for it, or you also buy into Finidi George's own thought that it's too much stress for the man? Super Eagles is already enough stress or enough of a problem, so don't need to stress him with the under-23s. Instead, give him or look for a Nigerian coach, although it has not fed us well in the past two Olympic qualification cycles, that is good enough and actually put the person there. Some people are saying, where has that been done before, that the coach of the national team and the under-23 is the same person? In South America, it used to be common practice before. In South America, it was very common practice, even as of the 2020s. It was very common practice. It's just of recent they started even trying to differentiate a bit. So, I mean, do you think it's odd, or you think it's the right thing to actually merge both roles for the man?
For the first question about the increase in salary, about it being sustainable, well, we have to pray that it's sustainable, because as a country, as you say, Giants of Africa, paying our coach that amount. We all know what he listed when he wanted the job, the requirements he listed, and some of them have been fulfilled. And right now, the NFF have decided that, okay, we'll take care of your assistants, we'll take care of accommodation, we'll take care of transport as well. Things that he handled before now, his player, the NFF will now take care of that. So he takes some kind of burden of the man and allows him to focus more on what he should be doing, and that is leading the Super Eagles to greater heights. But the NFF now is to do their job. I feel it's sustainable. I believe the NFF can sustain it. What I just don't know is if when it comes to quick payments, when it comes to delays, it looks like they are going to do it, because we've already seen, especially from, is it not Senegal that haven't paid their coach?
Yeah, Senegal.
Senegal. So it's we can say that it's not. It's an African thing, as Benjamin has said. It's an African thing, but we hope Nigeria, we can leave that the conversation, the label we've already put on ourselves when it comes to paying coaches and all, and when it comes to delays. We hope we can leave that we can leave that aside, because it looks like as if we are entering a new era, we're entering a new phase with all these funds that are coming in. You're looking at talking about the NPFL increasing funds and everything. It looks like we want a change. Well, for the guys in the glass house, that's another discussion. But I think for the NFF, we pray that they do pay him on time, because I believe the NFF has the money. If it's about money, NFF has money. It's just if they are going to pay on time, because I believe we can pay any coach. If it's 2 million, 3 million, I believe we could pay any coach the amount they requested. Now we just have to look at the corruption side of it, and them telling the coaches, okay, see, as we are paying you 1.2, you could move 2 million and you drop for us. So I think we've already had cases like that before. So we look at the corruptive side of things, and we're looking at the delay in payments, and we've seen it's not just delay in payments to coaches, delay in payments to players, and also we look to be entering a new phase in our administration. Some might even say it's also a ploy, maybe with the elections coming up. Some might say it's a ploy, but I think we'll enter that conversation later. For your second question, that was on the under 23. But when I first saw Finidi's comment, I was just laughing. So I was talking with Victor, like, I was like, when it was your turn, and you only had the Super Eagles to focus on, where did it take us? Because of you, we're not heading to the World Cup. You only had Rivers United to focus on. Where did he take them to? You couldn't win the league with 4 outstanding games. You just needed just one win out of those 4 outstanding games. You lost all those 4 outstanding games, and you only had one team to focus on. It was not like you were coaching a Kano Pillars. Kano Pillars have even stay strong. You were coaching let's say Bendel. You were coaching a small team in the NPFL. You were coaching the Almighty Rivers United. You were sitting at top of not at top. Second.
He was on the top of the league at some point.
I know they were top of the league. I meant during the 4 outstanding games, they were second. And Ikorodu City were losing games. Enugu Rangers are trying their best to catch up. It felt like, okay, you guys just needed 2 wins. And it was going to be okay. And they lost all those 4 outstanding games. Came to the final game of the season. Team match they needed to win. So I was telling Victor that this man is funny. And I don't think coaching the under 23 is going to be a distraction. We saw him coach the Chan Eagles, and I think it was also a good avenue for him to also select players that he could bring to the Super Eagles. I think the under 23 is also going to be a good exposure for the man, especially when we talk about our development on the youth side, and it's also going to allow a structure. Because a playing pattern that we will always be asking for, that we needed from the all the age grade competitions, the lower age grade competitions, the under 17, the rest. We need a background, we need a platform, we need a structure, and I think the under 23 is also going to give the man an avenue to also implement that structure there. And they have different times they play their competition, so I think it's not going to be that much of a stretch. He's still in the same country. It's not like he's coaching the Super Eagles and then he's coaching a club in the US where he has to be jumping ships and all. He's still going to be in Nigeria. He's still going to be coaching the same set of people, and he's also going to give the man avenue to select prospects that he can include into the Super Eagles team, and it's all for the benefit of the team. And as you've seen, our Olympic coaches before have not really shown anything good. At least maybe it's just the women's side, but I think for the men, when it comes to age competitions, we've not won any in a long time, so it's a chance for the man to see how far he can get with the under 23 ball. As Finidi is saying, the distraction, I think the man should first focus on his own team first, and not be distracted by what's going on with the national team. And as you've seen, we've seen coaches. We saw Finidi. I said Finidi. We saw Fidelis Ilechukwu and Daniel Kumudidi. Both of them are still part of the Super Eagles. And you look at the last 3 years in the NPFL, it has been dominated by these 2 teams. Enugu Rangers won, Remo Stars won, now Enugu Rangers again. So for the past 3 years, they've been dominated by these 2 coaches, and both of them have been shuttling through the being assistant coaches in the Super Eagles and coaching their teams. In fact, even sometimes I think theirs is even worse, because when the Super Eagles matches sometimes clashes with the NPFL matches, and many times they've not been around for their matches. They have to let their assistants stay there. I think there was even a time where Rangers United Rangers International were losing, and Fidelis Ilechukwu had to come during the second half and later won that match. So as a distraction, I don't think it's going to be that much of a distraction. I see it as a big opportunity for the future of the Super Eagles and football in Nigeria.
Okay, well, let's see how things do pan out, but it's time for us to head over to the phone lines to actually get to hear your thoughts as regards the updates for or with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Eric Shaw extending his deal, and the man will be paid $100,000 a month. His assistants will also be catered for, but not from his salary. The NFF will do that one directly. And also, the man has been put in charge of the under-23 national team. What's your take on that? Do you think the salary is sustainable? And do you think it's a step in the right direction, giving the man a new contract and also putting him in charge of the under-23s, or you think it's a big distraction for the man? 0810-9510951. 08109510951 for the SMS and WhatsApp. Also, the number is 0701-933-9962. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Hello, good evening, my brother.
Good evening. Name and location.
Yeah, my name is Isai. I'm calling from One.
Okay, fine. Yeah, let's make it quick, please.
Yeah, concerning the extension of research contract, it's a welcome development. We will now concentrate and see what we can do with our side. So, the engineer the team so that there can be a word behind it. And in terms of with the NFA asking him to take care of under 23, it's a welcome development so that he can forgive, bring new players, players, young players into our society, so that from there they will now be, future potential like Nations Cup and World Cup. We need younger players. These are our older players that are getting tired. We have to get rid of them and put in place fraud to the society, so that by the next Nations Cup and the next World Cup, we can be able to do well in the Nations Cup and then qualify for World Cup. That's my take on it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there, Ifeanyi. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, name and location.
Stephen calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay, Steven, let's make it quick, please.
For PD, please, they should not include that man in anything that concerning national team. That man is the reason why we are not in the World Cup today, and they're still mentioning his name in the national team. I don't even want him to even near there. Not even as an advisor, he should not even near there. And for Richel, I just hope and pray that the NFF will pay him his salary. Because it's not by accepting the contract. Will they pay him?
Well, that's down to the NFF, and we'll wait and see if they will actually pay him. Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there, Stephen. Hello, caller. Good afternoon or good evening. Beg your pardon.
Yes, good evening, brother man.
Yeah, name and location, please.
My name is Sunday, the first from Harcourt.
Okay, Sunday, please go ahead.
When we talk of Finidi George, if there were Finidi George, we are even other than that, because my country is not in order. All these bandits stay here and their hunger. What will make me to control things well and bring up to Nigeria or qualify? Bye, Jerry.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there. Or was it network that knocked you up? 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. Hello, caller, good evening.
Yeah, I call back.
Okay, Kabulu Barry, please go ahead.
Make you need the bit make him leave. He did the work too much for us. I never tell us the work where they give us too much for him, where they know $300. Because he maybe get the own chance, he not see make use of it. So if you not see another person where they make use of your own chance, make him no better. Because that 100 million now in the better. Sorry, Finidi. The one where they give you for Rivers United 2 times, you don't become second. This one now, not saying I probably will finish because you know they're consistent, and me, I don't even believe in you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Kabulu Barry. Hello, caller, good evening.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening, Simon. Great to have you on the show.
Thank you for Finidi George.
Yeah.
He just gave an advice. So I will not use because of that. I am not his fan, but I cannot condemn him just because he suggested that it might be a distraction. And if you look into it, you can call it a distraction. But for me, I don't really see it as a distraction because of the level of the national team under 23. Under 23 is what they played the Olympic game or maybe for 4 years. It is not something that we will be playing every international break. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, it's not every international break, maybe like Super Eagle or whatever. And all this one that we are having, we have up to, if we watch now, Super Eagle now have first 11, second 11, even third 11. So, and most of those third 11 now we fit in to this under 23. So, I don't think that they will have the same philosophy in playing. So, even when they call them to play for Super Eagle, some of them that is very good to play for Super Eagle, it will not be a new thing to them. And it's not something that will be playing. If you watch, before they will employ any under 23 coach,
They will wait until maybe if Olympic is approaching, they will employ. So I don't think that this will be a distraction. It is not club side, and it is not a tournament that they are going every 2 years. It's just for 4 years. So I love the way they did it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there, Simon. Can we take 1 or 2 more calls before we get to run out of the studio? 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. While for the SMS and WhatsApp port to that one is 0701-933-9962. Tonight we'll be having England take on Panama, and Ghana will do battle against Croatia early hours of the morning. Colombia take on Portugal. DRC will take on Uzbekistan. Algeria will take on Austria, and Jordan will take on Argentina. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's much you can actually take on the show this evening. My name is Harry Ogugu. I did it with Ovie Wallace, Victor Israel, Benjamin Mina, and Alex Kabari earlier on. Osage Hinwi, the demigod in the world of sports, as well as Chickerson and Somt Isaac were here to run you through everything happening in the world of European football. We will be making a return tomorrow from 1 to 6 p.m. again for another marathon edition of today's Sports Live, starting with other sports before we get to moving to European football and Nigerian football. But still stay tuned as the news update by 6 is up next. And our job here is done, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye-bye.